Kia ora koutou. Let's open the meeting up and we'll start, Sam, if you wouldn't mind with karakia. Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Let us pray. E te kaihanga o te rangi me te whenua, a koe nei mātou tuku nātu ngā ka moimiti ki a koe, kia pai ai te haere o tēnei tō mātou hui. A whina tia mai ngā, ka puta mai ngā whakaro pai, I runga te ngotau, tambi hu graiti tō mātou kai whakora. Amen. Thank you.
Kia ora, Sam. Sam, can I just check before you go, Sam? Will you need to come back and close, or are you quite happy for us to...
Norm help.
Norm.
He's over here. And,
oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yes. Good, Norm. Right. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Now you pass the baton, eh? All right. Yeah. All right. Can I just check the volume? Is this loud enough if I talk at that sort of volume, or is that not loud enough? Yeah. Yep. Okay. Thumbs up. Excellent. All right. Well, just introductions then, just before we start. With me sitting today is Commissioner David Moore. My name's David Hill, for those of you who don't know me, and I'm chairing this alteration notice of requirement, and we'll just do some housekeeping first of all. Jess, if you would, thank you.
In the case of an emergency, please do not use the lift. If you just go down the stairs and stand out at the square, you will receive instructions.
I might also add, I think the fire service is on strike today too, so heaven help us if that happens.
Coffee machine and water cooler is located near to the stairs. There's also a water cooler at the back of the room. Toilets are located through the door next to the coffee machine. And for Wi-Fi access, if you just connect to the guest network. Thank you.
And phones on silent, please, or turned off, one or the other. Okay, well, I think we're either, in terms of people here, we're either with the requiring authority or with council, are we? I don't think we've got any submitters or any other parties here, are we? So you'll all be familiar with procedure, so I don't think we need to run for that. Let's just, well, we won't do a round of introductions. I think that's going to take us quite a while, except for council. Maybe if council staff can just introduce themselves so we know who is here from council.
Laura Gold, Senior Planner, Urban and Spatial Planning Unit, the reporting planner for this notice requirement.
Abby Sherang, planner at the Urban and Spatial Planning Unit, supporting NoR.
Okay, so anybody else from council here? Or
I have three.
If you would just stand up and just let us know who you are, that would be, well, one at a time. Otherwise, it looks like a choir.
Good morning, Will Gumbley from Deca. I'm representing Landscape.
Thank you, Will.
Yeah. Good morning, all. I'm Emily Rinpoche, and I'm an ecologist at Deca.
Good.
Good morning, I'm Irish Vistasa, and I'm transfer planner from Deca.
Right, and can you just say your last name again? So.
Vistasa.
Right, okay, I'll try and pronounce the C as a TH. Yes, right, okay, thank you. All right, well, I don't get any real preliminaries other than the fact that that we have both done site visits. I had an extensive walk around yesterday afternoon, and particularly interested in looking at the roading network. Obviously the reserve as well, but the roading network and the approaches as well. So we were provided with an invitation from one of the submitters to go and stand on their balcony and have a look, but I declined to do that. I didn't think there was any need. I don't think there's any question that the submitter concerned is going to be visually affected. There's no question about that. So I don't think there's a need for that, but we'll hear from Mr. Needham later on. Other than that, I don't think there's, I mean, there are a number of issues, Mr. McLaughlin, we will talk about obviously as we go through relating to the relationship with the Hampton Lakes Domain Reserve, obviously, and then some other matters that I've got notes on as we go through your opening legal, so I'll leave it to you to open up. Oh, I should just note, you'll note on the agenda that I'm proposing that we deal with conditions at the end and just before reply today. Because I think that's probably the most expeditious way of doing that. I've got extensive notes on the proposed conditions that we'll just take you through, and so you can get some idea of my thinking and Commissioner Hall's thinking, and then you can go away and play with those later on. So we won't talk through conditions in any detail through the evidence, and particularly Mr. Dawson and yours, but we'll wrap that all up at the end of the day. And I'm anticipating that we will finish today and not need tomorrow, but we're holding tomorrow open in the event that we do need that. So, in your hands, Mr.
Thank you, sir. So there's a run sheet I think that's been prepared, which certainly accords with our intended approach, and we expect, subject to questions, that we can be completed by lunchtime. In terms of the total presentation of legal subs and evidence, and so we're sort of working towards that as a time frame. So the first part of the presentation for the requiring authority is obviously the legal submissions. Before I start, I'll just introduce, obviously, with Ms. Thomas assisting me in terms of legal counsel, and also we've got Mr. Dawson, who's the lead planner for the requiring authority. And so, if with your leave, in terms of the setup, we'll keep this as it is, and then when we have a witness to present evidence, we can perhaps just bring them, or it may be that Chris maybe slides down one just so that we're not quite so far away, but we'll get each witness will come to the table to present their evidence and answer any questions.
Yep.
So in terms of the opening legal submissions, I'll assume that they've been pre-read.
Yes.
I do want to obviously just sort of work my way through these, and you've signalled that you may have some questions as we go, so very happy to take those as we work our way through the submissions. I'll start obviously with the introduction. The submissions are presented on behalf of the council in its capacity as a requiring authority, which has issued a notice of requirement to alter a designation under section 181 of the Resource Management Act, as well as an outline plan waiver under section 176A of the RMA, and I'll talk to you a bit about the waiver and whose responsibility that is, obviously. But just signalling that there is a waiver sought in terms of the first stage in the implementation of the project. The NoR was lodged on the 22nd of August 2025. That has some significance in terms of timing, which again I'll address you on when the time comes. And there was a submission period that closed on the 22nd of October, and only 6 submissions were received. In paragraph 3, I just note the nature of the delegation, obviously to make determinations and decide whether to declare, modify or confirm the alteration, and subject to conditions. And it is our submission that for the reasons set out in the legal submissions and the evidence to be presented that the notice of requirement should be confirmed subject to conditions that have been recommended. The designation that the council seeks to alter is designation A67, which is already embedded in Schedule 26.3 of the Hamilton ODP. The designation is referred to as the Water Reservoir Ruakiwi Road designation, and council is listed as the requiring authority.
My first question on that one is, were there any conditions attached to that designation, or is that one of those old?
It's one of those old ones. It's
just
a black box. It's a title, yes. Certainly this alteration represents a good opportunity to bring the existing status of the designation into yeah, absolutely. And so it's an added advantage, one might say, of the alteration. And so it's described simply as water storage and supply in the existing designation, and the nature of the alteration is, of course, a change to the boundary of that designation to enable an expansion of that core purpose. The expanded purpose of the designation is for a public work, in particular to enable the construction, operation and maintenance of the Central City Reservoir project, which ensures sufficient supply of water to meet population needs in the central city. It's got four essential components. Firstly, there are two 25 megalitre water reservoirs to be located at 18 Ruakiwi Road. Development of those two reservoirs is to be staged, with the first to be delivered by 2028 and the second to be delivered sometime around 2040. There's a 420 square metre valve chamber, which is located between the two reservoirs. There's ancillary pipelines, including clean water and scour and stormwater discharge pipelines to Lake Rotorua and connections to public 3 water systems. There's also a booster pump station, which is located at 139 Clarence Street, and there's a separate land use consent that's been granted for that pump station, and it's not subject to the NoR. The objectives are described in 5.1 of the Notice of Requirement, and they are obviously to construct the treated water storage reservoir and pumping station for enabling new housing. It describes it as 4,140 new dwellings within the Hamilton Central area by 30 June 2028. Ensuring existing infrastructure and cultural values are protected, and identifying suitable locations for future treated water infrastructure to meet projected demand.
Can I just ask a question on your A there with respect to the 4,140 new dwellings? Is that the trigger point for the need, or is that so, or is that the trigger point by which the second reservoir will be required? I mean, one of the issues which we're particularly concerned about is to try and understand what the trigger for the second reservoir is, because that has some major implications, obviously.
Yep. That's the total demand. We'll come back to that point about what are the circumstances that would trigger second reservoir.
Yeah. Because I mean, on obviously. The projections are somewhat loose at the moment because we don't know what the uptake is actually going to be and what the plans enabling. So it could well be more than 10 years in the
It's certainly, I mean, the total project is intended to service the full allocation of demand that's established in terms of the district plan. Exactly what the timing is, obviously, is a matter for the future. But we'll get some better information for you on, well, at what point would demand be sufficient to say it's time to bring on stage 2?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, and I might as well foreshadow it now. One of the questions I had is, why has council decided not to use the 15 megalitres that's available in the existing structure, given that it's going to have to strengthen that structure anyway? That's part of the deal. Mm-hmm. Why wouldn't you hook those ones into stage 1 to give you the buffer? I mean, it's up to the RA, obviously, to decide what it wants to do, but I was curious as to why you're decommissioning the existing structure, because one of the best ways to protect a heritage structure, of course, is to use it for the purpose for which it was designed. So It's a question in my mind. It may not be relevant, but appreciate an answer.
Sounds like an engineer's question. I'll,
Yeah.
I'll come back to you on that too. The paragraph 8, we've talked about some project objectives which are slightly expanded. They're included within the NoR, and I think we can take those as read.
Yeah.
Paragraph 9, we talk about obviously the implication of the designation that would be incorporated within the ODP and updated. Then we deal with the strategic importance of the designation, which I think is probably touching on some of what you're interested in, Sir. So obviously the proposed designation and alteration and upgrades are directly linked to Council's broader urban growth strategy and the implementation of PC12, which you'll be familiar with. It became operative in December 2024 and it introduced planning provisions that support intensification, housing intensification across the city. And it now identifies the central city and 800-metre walkable catchment as a priority area for high-density development, including buildings of 6 stories or more. Stage 1 development area, which includes the central city and surrounding corridors, is projected to accommodate up to 10,800 additional residents by 2035. Central government launched its Infrastructure Acceleration Fund, the IAF, in June 2021 as a $1 billion fund to support new or upgraded bulk infrastructure, including roading, three waters and flood management, and to enable new homes to be built in areas of high housing need. And the IAF is designed to help increase the pace and scale of housing delivery by funding critical infrastructure needs for these developments. The city received IAF funding of $150 million to support intensification in Hamilton's central city, representing a strategic investment in the city's future growth and livability. The funding is critical for several reasons. It enables Hamilton to meet its obligations under the NPSUD to provide sufficient housing development capacity. It addresses existing infrastructure constraints that would otherwise prevent intensification in the most efficient location. And it supports the government's broad urban development objectives by enabling housing supply in areas with established employment, education and transport connections. The funding has been confirmed for critical infrastructure projects to facilitate further development in the area, and that includes this reservoir and pump station and local water upgrades and improvements.
Can I conclude from that that it supports Reservoir 1, not Reservoir 2?
Yes. There we indicate that the funding is expected to support up to 4,000 new homes located close to employment, education and transport, enabling a 20-minute city. Sorry, just that question. So that's in relation to the funding supporting. Yes, that's correct. So yes, it's Reservoir 2 remains unfunded at this stage out to 2040. Yeah. So the funding, as I say, is expected to support up to 4,000 new homes located within that 20-minute city, and it aims to meet the commitments of the funding program to provide sufficient drinking water supply. And without that infrastructure investment, the planned intensification would be constrained by inadequate water supply capacity. The funding does have a requirement that makes it contingent on delivering the assets by the end of June 2028. And Reservoir 1 meets that funding milestone. Reservoir 2 is contingent on demand, as we say. It's forecast to be constructed 8 to 10 years after completion of Reservoir 1. And it's really for that reason that the waiver is sought in terms of getting on with Reservoir 1. So rather than having any kind of further delay in terms of an outline plan process, there's been a lot of upfront thinking done in terms of the design of Reservoir 1. To enable really to get the designation approved and then get on with it straight away. I've then set out a site description of the existing environment, and I think we can probably take that part as read. It's pretty uncontroversial. I understand you've taken the site visit, so I think we can probably move through that section. In terms of the legal and planning framework, again, this is going to be really familiar to the commissioners, so I needn't labour it. But I would make the point, as I said, that the NoR was lodged on the 22nd of August, which was one day after the most recent amendments to the Resource Management Act, which had some fairly material
Was
changes.
that accidental, was it?
Well, it was really. I mean, because as I say, I mean, the NOR was prepared on the basis that it was the law as it stood during the time of the preparation, including a fairly full assessment of alternatives in relation to a site that the council owns, which would now not necessarily be a hoop that would need to be jumped through. So, nevertheless, as I say, the NOR does include an evaluation of alternatives, and we will present evidence from Mr. Hardy on that this morning, just to confirm the work that has been done, to answer any residual questions you've got about, well, why here? What made this the right site? Because notwithstanding the legislative changes, we certainly stand by the decision making around the chosen location.
Just to confirm a technical question, that I mean, you say the subject site's owned by the requiring authority. It's actually owned by council.
Yeah, sorry.
But there isn't an issue, a sort of a technical issue as to who owns the site between council and the RA in terms of being able to access that option.
Well,
I mean,
no,
it
it is, but to be clear, I mean, the council is the owner of the land. The council is a corporate entity established under when I say corporate entity, it's an entity that's established under the Local Government Act, and it is the registered proprietor of the land. In addition to its status as the registered proprietor of the land, it also holds requiring authority status. But to be very clear, it doesn't own the land as the requiring authority, it owns it in its capacity as a local government entity. So whether there's any distinctions or any materiality in any of that, I'm not sure. But it's very clear that the things that are in common here is that the requiring authority status is held by council, and council is also the owner of the land.
Okay, right. All right. I mean, I don't want to draw an equivocation. It just occurred to me as I was reading that, as to whether or not there is a potential stumbling block between those matters with respect to who holds the interest in the land, therefore, under 168A can get through without having to do all the other sort of stuff which you would otherwise have to do.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know that you can, whatever labels you put on it, I mean, it seems to me that it's inescapable that Hamilton City is the requiring authority, Hamilton City Council is the registered proprietor of the land.
Okay. All right.
I mean, can I just, I mean, also on that, I would say even if there is some analysis that you want to undertake in terms of reasonable necessity and some of those older tests, I mean, we can, my submission to you is we easily meet those tests anyway. So if that's something that you wanted to get,
and I mean, you've done the work.
Yeah.
Importantly, you've done the work. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to necessarily get into it. I just want to clear that out as a prospect.
So then I think probably we can move through, as I say, these legal submissions that deal with the legal elements fairly quickly. We've, from about 23 through to 27, we talk about those legal tests that are embedded within section 168A. Probably the only point I would emphasise here is that what the authorities tell us is that when dealing with a designation for a piece of public infrastructure, it is not uncommon for there to be residual adverse effects. And just because there are residual adverse effects does not necessarily mean that that is a reason to decline or refuse to grant the designation. It can be, depending upon the extent of those residual adverse effects, but there are plenty of authorities where there have been significant, adverse effects that have been described as significant and ongoing, which have still not met a decline of designation. Probably the best example is the 400 kV transmission line that there was a bit of case law generated in relation to that, and that's really the leading authority that says we acknowledge that there are significant adverse landscape and visual effects, and that they aren't temporary. They will be here forever as long as this infrastructure is in place. But notwithstanding those significant adverse effects, we're granting the designation. Now, we are nowhere near that kind of territory in this case. I mean, the short point here is that we have some submitters who are quite rightly concerned about what they consider to be a reduction in their visual amenity and the views across Lake Domain, and they identify those as being adverse. That's not controversial, but we say that to the extent that those effects are adverse, they are being appropriately mitigated and managed through careful design, and ultimately any residual adverse effect is not so significant that it would warrant declining the grant of the designation. So I think probably the rest of the legal analysis can probably be taken as read. As I think I've made the main submission point that I wish to there. And I think probably what I could do is work my way through this fairly crisply. So there's some analysis of the part 2 elements, section 6 through 8, which I've dealt with at paragraphs 28 through 30, which I think can be taken as read. At 30, we addressed the NPSUD, and as I've said, there is, I think, no doubt that in line with what was intended in PC12, this is really the next step in delivering on those NPSUD objectives.
And in fact, the other way around, if you didn't have a reservoir of this capacity, you wouldn't be able to deliver on the NPSUDs.
I mean, that's right. So I mean, from a strategic perspective, this is absolutely aligned with the decision making that was bound up in PC12. In terms of the National Policy Statement on Indigenous Biodiversity, again, we're comfortable in terms of the position that's been reached with the conditions that this National Policy Statement is being met. Obviously, this is an issue for DOC. We'll get to this in the fullness of time, but one of the things that the NPSIB talks about, calls for, is proportionality. And we say that in terms of the perfectly legitimate concern over long-tailed bats and the threatened nature of those animals, that when you examine the environment and examine the way that the species is interacting in this particular location, what we've suggested in terms of the conditions is proportionate to the issue. And as I say, we can work our way through that in detail when we need to. NPS FM, again, we say meeting those obligations, and in terms of the NPS on infrastructure, again, in terms of what we're delivering to support the housing demands, totally consistent with the NPSI.
Just before you leave the infrastructure NPS, can I just get a read from you on what on earth, and I'm looking at policy 4.2, where it says decision makers must recognise it's the role of the infrastructure provider to identify the preferred location for the infrastructure activity. Can you give me a read as to what on earth that is telling us? And is that telling us that whatever the infrastructure provider determines to be the location is a done deal? How How directive is that policy? I mean, you might think
Well,
think about that and come back.
I mean, I'll come back to it. I mean, it can't usurp the provisions in section 168A around you know, alternatives assessments if we were dealing with that, if you need to go there. And it may be that what Parliament is doing here, or it's not Parliament, but what the government is doing with the policy is trying to reflect that shift in the RMA, which has moved away from having to account for every other alternative location. So it may be trying to line up some consistency with that higher order change that's been made to the Resource Management Act. That's my initial reaction to it. I'll have a think about it. As I say,
because in this case, you're not required to look at alternatives.
No.
And therefore it does seem as though that's actually a catch-all.
Mm.
And so I was just wondering when I read that as to whether you see that the same way.
Yeah. So I think it probably is, as I said, trying to get the subordinate policy instrument lined up with the change that's been made to the primary legislation. But in any event, we don't stand here today saying it's our decision and you know we're not going to be accountable for it in terms of location. For the reasons I've described, there has been a very robust options analysis undertaken, and we say it stacks up anyway. So we're not hiding behind that provision, nor the amendments to the Resource Management Act. If you want to talk about alternatives and why this is the preferred location, we have the evidence, and we're very happy to engage on that front.
Right.
So then there's some obviously some provisions in the operative district plan which are relevant. Again, none of which I think are anything that we need to engage in too much detail here. But Mr. Dawson has provided some planning analysis as to the alignment between the proposed designation and some of the existing provisions within Chapter 25 in particular. At 31, we've talked about the regional consents. So these were granted just recently on the 13th of February. And so there are consents which are authorising the construction and operation of the stormwater discharge outlet.
Were they contested?
I don't believe so.
No, they weren't. They weren't. Right.
There's consent for earthworks and clean discharge and temporary clean fill for preloading a building platform, and then there's consents for the diversion and discharge of treated stormwater.
Well, we don't need to worry ourselves at all on that. Okay.
In terms of Te Turi Whaimana, you'll hear from Mr. Hill on behalf of the requiring authority as to the consistency between the proposal and Te Turi Whaimana. And we have conditions embedded within the proposed designation which are going to give ongoing effect to those cultural elements. So I don't think there's any suggestion anywhere that there's anything other than consistency and effect with the vision and strategy for the Waikato River. The reserve classification process obviously is a separate and parallel process which is occurring, and so that is currently working its way through council. It's obviously a council decision as to whether it wishes to embark upon reserve classification. It's certainly a process that engages with the public. There is an objection process opportunity available to members of the public that wish to engage. The status of that at the moment is it's been through one reporting up to the relevant subcommittee of council to indicate this is what's being proposed and this is what's coming. And it's been workshopped with elected members in the next month or so, and then it's coming to a full council meeting for a decision on whether to move forward with the reclassification process,
And that will then trigger the public.
and that will then trigger the public process.
So that
There has
doesn't-
already been, at that committee meeting, as I understand it, an opportunity for a public forum where there has been, I think, some members presenting. So there's active engagement going on and active public participation on that process. You'll see that there are two submitters in particular who it appears have raised concerns about the reclassification, and our simple submission to you is that that's a matter for a separate process, and they will have opportunities. They will have opportunities for objection and rights associated with that. Probably the other point that I would make at this juncture is that there's nothing about the timing of that process or its outcome, which I think should give you any reason to pause with your decision making. There's no legal impediment to the approval of the designation, even with the current reserve status. There would, of course, be a practical issue with the implementation of the designation. And there is if you were concerned about that relationship, sufficiently concerned about that relationship, you could impose a condition which would be the same as a sort of a condition precedent, to say, there shall be no construction activities on site commenced until such time as reserve status has been altered to enable that kind of work, on the basis that those proposed construction works are inconsistent with the current reserve status. Now, you could impose a condition like that. My submission to you is that all you're doing is stating the law. So I don't see any need for a condition of that nature. Council, particularly with this requiring authority, perhaps if you were dealing with a separate requiring authority that was a little less connected to the roles and responsibilities of a territorial authority under the Reserves Act, you might feel that it was belts and braces, a good idea to have a condition of that nature in the designation. Here, given the requiring authority, I'm suggesting to you it's redundant and not necessary, and that's why we haven't proposed it.
Yeah, I mean the issue for me is what do we do with the existing environment? This one, because the existing environment is I think the zoning is open space, natural, something or other, isn't it? And quite clearly it is a reserve. And I accept that it doesn't fall to us to make any determination with respect to the Reserve Act. I do enough reserve management plans to know that. But it is a reserve, and you are posing at this juncture in time. You are proposing two very large reservoirs in reserve land. How do we approach that issue, notwithstanding the fact that we're not dealing directly with the management plan? And under 168A, as I read it, the management plan is not a plan with respect to 168A, because those are only district and regional plans. Right.
Yep.
So your advice to us is ignore it.
Well, it's not so much ignore it. I mean, I think you're going to be bound by all of the classic obligations around establishing an environment against which you need to assess the effects, and so that's going to require you to acknowledge that there is this current reserve status. But you have evidence before you as to an evolving environment where that reserve status is going to change or is intended to change over time, to reflect what you're proposing. But you can't assume that. I think it's appropriate that when you're making judgments about the existing environment, you have to take it based on the existing reserve status.
Yeah.
Again, our submission would be that even if you were to do so, that effects assessment does still not take you into a category of effects which are so significant and adverse so as to cause you a reason to decline the notice of requirement. we stand by the evidence, which is that even if you treat this environment as particularly sensitive to the visual amenity concerns and the effects on public open space and so on, we would say that the nature of the design and what is being proposed here in terms of public interface, the ongoing public access which is available, the effective paths and permeability and all the rest of it that has been embedded within the design ameliorates against all of those kind of adverse effects, even based on the current reserve status. You then overlay that effects assessment with the future state of the environment and the evidence that you have about the positive intentions that council has to change the reserve status to better reflect the evolving land use, and I think it gets you where you need to be.
Right.
Okay, so then at paragraph 37, we've also talked about the waiver application. So I think acknowledging that this is not a matter for you both as commissioners on this decision, but I think it'll be a matter for council, and I don't know that you've been delegated authority to necessarily to grant waivers, but what we have done is formulate consent conditions which would set up and reflect that, because we only the way that the conditions are formulated in the advisory notes, it indicates that the outline plan will definitely be required for Reservoir 2, but there's nothing expressly saying it's required for Reservoir 1. Now, with or without conditions of that nature, the law is the law. If you need an outline plan and you need to have that waived by the council, well, that's just a process that needs to unfold in the fullness of time. So, as I say, that's a separate process, but we have formulated the conditions to reflect what we anticipate to be the outcome. And the 42A report confirms that from their perspective, based on the way that the application has been formulated, the level of detail that's being baked into the the designation, that a waiver would be forthcoming.
But would you be seeking a recommendation from us on that point?
Well, yes. I mean, I think that anything in the decision which indicated that the sort of the criteria or the preconditions that would support a waiver have been made out would be very, very helpful, and in terms of integrated decision making. And I mean, just on that front, so the way that the conditions have been designed and the evidence that supports the conditions, there's been a very high level of detail generated in the NOR and in the evidence and in the conditions referencing technical reports and so on, so that anyone who was to pick up this designation and read the conditions could very clearly understand exactly what is being delivered in the stage one. You will get what you see. And on that basis, we would say an outline plan is not necessary. So that's the thinking there.
And just to clarify, because I mean, I'm aware of where waivers have actually been granted as part of an NOR decision. So just run past me again why it is that your reading is that a waiver can't be.
I'm not sure your delegations. That's the issue. I think it's a delegation issue.
Okay.
I could go back and check, but I suspect when the delegation was first created, it will be to hear and determine and decide whether to grant the notice of requirement. I don't imagine it would have at that point thought through, and any waiver application that's lodged with council. I'll check that, but I've not seen it so far.
And I mean, if you were to get that delegation changed before we make a decision,
that would be helpful.
That would be helpful.
Yes, it would. It would. Having said that, I mean, I think in terms of the general delegation manual for council, it's not something that would have to go back to full council. The chief executive has a broad delegation that would cover this, and it may be that Mr. Bocott, who's the sort of the general manager of this part of council, his delegations may also extend to this. So the good news is that we wouldn't necessarily have to go back to full council for it. Then we get to the assessment of environmental effects, and again, I think we can sort of summarise some of this. I mean, there are very significant positive effects that we say are derived from the proposal, and Mr. Brown for Hamilton City Council will address you on those positive effects. In terms of heritage, cultural and ecological effects, again, we say that these have been appropriately managed through the consent conditions. There has been some very careful thought given to how we integrate the proposal with the existing water tower and the heritage values associated with it. And we've got expert evidence, Mr. Wild, on that point that you could explore in detail. And we also have consent conditions or designation conditions dealing with any archaeological and cultural matters that may require addressing. In terms of cultural issues, I will just address you on one point, which is a relatively recent situation that's developed since the evidence was prepared. There's on cultural issues, and Mr. Hill will deal with this in some detail, but there is no, as I understand it, there is no issues from a cultural perspective with the question of whether or not to grant the designation. We're not dealing with any sort of contest around at that fundamental level. But there has been very recently, there's been some workshops undertaken in relation to some detailed design and some cultural expressions that are going to be embedded and incorporated within the design of the structures. And there has been some disagreement, as I understand it, amongst mana whenua as to exactly what that cultural expression should look like. And as I understand it, those issues remain unresolved as we stand here today. And you may hear this afternoon from some witnesses who talk about those differences. My submission to you is that there is nothing about that is particularly untoward or surprising, and in fact that is exactly what we have sort of catered for in the cultural conditions within the designation themselves. In particular, there's the cultural effects management plan, and there's a framework that's being developed for the requiring authority in mana whenua to continue to engage on these kinds of detailed design issues and to reach outcomes which are acceptable to everyone. So while we may be sitting here today with some dispute or disagreement as to exactly what these cultural designs might look like, there's nothing about that firstly should cause you any concern to pause with the question of whether or not to approve the designation. And secondly, we say that if you look at the cultural conditions that are embedded with the designation, the framework exists for the resolution of those matters into the future. So I just really a heads up that there could be some evidence on this topic later on this afternoon.
I mean, I had picked that up in the conditions. I mean, my concern was not in terms of the primary decision on grant or confirm. It was given the timeline that you're running to. It seemed, and we'll talk about this when we come to conditions, because it requires that to be resolved almost before other matters can proceed. It becomes a little bit of a blockage to progress the way the conditions currently formed if you don't reach agreement. But it's something that you need to think about, because it could hold up the process for quite some significant time. The way you've got it framed at the moment, where the culture, and I can't remember what the agricultural management plan is called. But the timing of that, it seemed to me potentially problematic.
Yeah, I'll go back and just, I'll come back to you on that point. I mean, it's not set up as a veto.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh,
But it could operate as a blockage.
But it could operate as a blockage. So again, let me just check that with Mr. Dawson and also Mr. Helen. We'll make sure that we've got what we need in terms of conditions there.
I mean, I tried to run the timeline of all the management plans, and there's something like 12 management plans, all of which have got to come in pretty much at the same sort of time. So anyone that gets held up is going to be problematic.
Yeah. Just finishing there on that section. So then there's ecological effects, obviously, that we say are being appropriately managed. And again, the main advocate of these issues has been DOC, and we say reached a good point with DOC in terms of addressing their concerns. There was one.
Can I just flag an issue for you to come back on it at some point? So with respect to this, the no-mow areas.
Yes.
You're proposing no-mow areas, but that would have to be in agreement with the management plan for the reserve, because it's an area of active recreation, which is in some senses contradictory. So can you just come back on the practicality of that? It's one thing to say we're going to have no-mow areas of whatever the hectareage is on that, but it may not actually be appropriate in terms of the way that the management plan identifies those particular areas that you've identified. So.
Yes, let me again come back to you on that.
Just following on from that, Mr. Muldowney, just some insight as to how that part of the reserve is currently used. Would be quite relevant, I think.
Thank you. Okay, those are matters that we'll return to, and I'll make sure that the relevant witnesses are able to address you on that too. Then we get to landscape and visual effects. Obviously, this will be a topic of some interest to those submitters who have concerns. And acknowledge that the introduction of two 62-metre diameter, 10.2 metre high reservoirs will alter the domain's character and will remove up to 72 trees, changing the ridgeline treed skyline. The visual effects will be most pronounced for Ruakiwi Road residential properties, which have been acknowledged as being moderate, in one case high to adverse. And while effects from Hamilton Lake and the domain will be low to moderate, effects from Clarence Street and the CBD will also be low to moderate or negligible. The mitigation includes the Corten steel cladding and textured concrete retaining walls to reduce visual bulk, staged tree removal coordinated with reservoir construction to reduce immediate visual impact, strategic retention of mature oak trees as visual screening for adjacent residential properties, and comprehensive landscape planting of 144 replacement trees, including 35 large-grade specimens. Over time, these architectural and landscape design measures are expected to help the reservoirs be perceived as positively integrated civic infrastructure rather than intrusive elements. Then in terms of the construction effects, obviously the usual suspects of noise, vibration and traffic. The construction noise effects will be temporary and manageable through a construction noise management plan. There is acknowledged there's going to be some sheet piling and some early morning concrete pours that will breach current noise limits, but they are temporary and for short periods. In terms of construction traffic, it'll generate up to 80 vehicle movements per day during peak periods, representing a 0.55 to 1% increase on Ruakiwi Road's existing 7,280 vehicles a day, remaining well within the network capacity. There are two site access points which will accommodate the construction vehicles, including a 19.45 metre high productivity, including 19.4 metre HPMVs, which I had to Google.
Well, I was going to ask you what the hell a high productivity motor vehicle is.
Yeah, apparently they.
First time I read it, I thought it was a 19.45 metre high vehicle.
Yeah, no, so did I. No, that's why I went straight to Google. It's and again, our traffic engineer can assist with that. But basically, it's a vehicle, as I understand it, that has more power and horsepower than you would expect for the length
in
of it.
Hamilton, you expected.
Yeah, absolutely. So apparently, it's the description for a vehicle, a heavy vehicle that has more productivity and power than you would otherwise expect for its size. So again, perhaps best addressed by a transport engineer rather than me.
I understand they've got to be powerful to carry the loads that they're going to be carrying.
Yeah.
Just flag an issue. I mean, when I was there yesterday, I was quite concerned. The average speed of vehicles seems to be very close to the 50k limit. I think the construction management assessment actually acknowledges that it's something like 46. Most of the vehicles were travelling over 50 in my view, and I've got a pretty good sense of speed. The short point is that the turning into access 1 is very short. For a 20-metre vehicle, you add that as well. I'm just curious as to, I'm a bit nervous about putting everything off into the future into a traffic management plan without some clear specification. I mean, that northern access or access from the north seems to be problematic, full stop. So I'd like to have a chat about that with your experts in due course.
And do I take it from that it may be that there's some specificity built into the conditions?
Yeah, that's what I'd be looking for, I think, which requires probably some formal traffic control devices rather than somebody with a lollipop stick saying slow down, because I can see some issues.
So now we get on to submitter concerns. So the first that we've addressed was Mr. Needham, who resides at 117 Ruakiwi Road, which is located immediately to the project site, adjacent to the project site. And he seeks that the existing designation not be altered, and that the reserve classification also not change. We've talked about that being a separate statutory process, and he'll have an opportunity to submit and actively participate in that. He also raises concerns about inadequate consultation and concerns about some of the consultation material not assessing viewpoints from within his property. And he objects to the landscape and visual impact of the proposal, submitting that the two large court-end steel reservoir structures are out of character with the lake park environment and will cause a significant change to the outlook and amenity of his property. He's also concerned about the removal of 2 trees, which he considers should be retained as buffers, and submits that the new structure does not reflect the scale and character of the existing heritage water tower. He's expressed concerns about construction effects also, particularly the noise levels and the piling and the vibration and heavy traffic, with some identified concerns for Hamilton West school pupils. He's questioning the need for both reservoirs, and he's also, I think, suggesting that if you were going to be doing it in sequence, you'd construct the one that's furthest away from him first, and provide a buffer from residential properties. So the response from the requiring authority is, firstly, to acknowledge that the project will introduce a substantial built form into Lake Domain, but we do emphasise that the design aims to integrate the reservoir through sensitive architectural treatment and landscape mitigation to preserve and enhance the area's character and amenity. And we've talked about the strategic importance of the reservoir in terms of delivering on PC12 outcomes of EPSUD, etc. Obviously, the emission of images from his private property as part of the NoR material was a consequence of not having access. There have been further assessments done now that are embedded within the evidence, the landscape evidence from his property. And those give a very good indication of the visual and amenity effects. So there's the statement of evidence of Mr. Morton, and there's attached to his evidence, there's some very useful visual montages. And so you get a very good appreciation of the view that Mr. Needham currently enjoys out to the west, and those visual montages also include predictive visual impacts with the structures in place. All of which is to say that I think the requiring authority readily acknowledges that there is change. The question is it adverse, and if it's adverse, to what extent? And as I say, the strong submission on behalf of the requiring authority is that to the extent that there is any adverse visual impact that remains, it has been mitigated to the maximum extent possible, and ultimately we say whatever the residual effect is, it's not sufficient to warrant a decline of the designation. In terms of his concerns about the construction-related effects of paragraph 47, we've addressed the responses to those matters, and I think probably the most important thing is that we've got a construction and noise vibration management plan and a construction traffic management plans, all of which are designed to manage those effects. Acknowledging also Mr. Chair, your comments about potential for the need to embed some specific controls within the conditions themselves, which obviously we can explore in detail with the right witnesses. All of which is, as I say, to support the proposition that through designation conditions, we are appropriately mitigating and managing these effects down to levels that are suitable. Ms. Morrissey is a neighbour of Mr. Needham, and she also, I think, shares concerns, particularly regarding the change of the amenity that she currently enjoys, concerned about the similar issues to Mr. Needham, the construction effects, and also concerned about the loss of the current reserve status and the repurposing of the land for a different purpose. She's also concerned about the loss of the trees that are proposed, and I think she's also raised concerns regarding those heritage values associated with the existing water tower and whether they're being appropriately managed. And at paragraph 52 onwards, we've set out the council's response to those concerns. I don't think I need to repeat it, other than to say that for the same reasons as we say Mr. Needham's concerns are addressed, I think broadly speaking, so too are Ms. Morrissey's concerns. And I think we can probably leave it there. There's also Mr. and Mrs. McCulloch, who are at 217 Ruakiwi Road, and their primary concern, as I understand it from their submission, was about the reclassification of reserve. And as I've said, they will have an opportunity to fully participate in that public process and avail themselves of legal rights associated with that. And then finally, it's the Department of Conservation who had principally been engaged over concerns associated with habitat loss for long-tailed bats. And there's been a good degree of engagement with DOC in terms of this issue, and also with consent conditions that we say address their concerns. They then, having raised those concerns, sent a letter in on the 19th of January that you would have seen, withdrawing their interest in being heard at this hearing, but nevertheless, raising their concerns. So that's fine. That is, of course, their right. But I think what we've said and we say is demonstrated in the evidence is that we've appropriately responded to DOC. Again, coming back to this issue of proportionality, we say that what we've, if one takes a sort of a clear and reasoned approach to the habitat that's currently available and looks at what is potentially being lost and what those values are, we say that the response is proportionate and appropriate. And I think we've largely got there with what we're offering in terms of the mitigation, these ecological mitigations. I think probably the only sort of issue was there was at one point a suggestion from DOC that monitoring occur in perpetuity, which I have just an immediate objection to. I mean,
120 years?
That's not perpetuity. You keep going.
Yeah, no, I'm offering it.
So what we have said is there has to be a recognition that some degree of ongoing monitoring is appropriate to ensure that the conditions are delivering on the outcomes that were intended. Mr. Dawson's recommended a 10-year period from when the work is implemented is appropriate and seems sensible and proportionate.
I mean, from previous hearings on different issues, there was to be a Waikato bat monitoring program, wasn't there? Does that ever sort of get anywhere? No. Okay. All right.
These are just all good ideas that people earnestly promote, and for some reason
Nobody funds it.
No. And I think there was also some suggestion that the regional council could potentially lead some of this. I'm not sure where they're at. So, look, the point is that outside of those processes, there has been a close examination of the ecological values associated with the site, what the habitat is looking like currently and how it's performing and functioning in terms of these threatened species, and there's been an appropriate series of consent conditions or designation conditions to respond to that. So,
I'm mindful of your 63, where Dr. McKay notes that natural bank bat activity is consistently low. Now, I mean, he can tell us in due course. I can't recall whether that's on the basis of assumption or actually fieldwork analysis about that activity level. But
I don't know the answer to that, but I think obviously those are matters that you can explore with the witness.
But if that's on the basis of field research, then that's okay. Then we go much further.
Paragraph.
Just on that, I did have we're on 63 here. I did have a note here which relates to the time gap to Reservoir 2. I mean, if Reservoir 2 doesn't occur for, if you like, for more than 10 years, is it assumed that there will be, as part of the outline plan of works for Reservoir 2, that there would be a new provision for bat monitoring, for example, because you've got two construction cycles significantly apart in terms of time, but in that period at the same time, of course, with some of the mitigation that's proposed here, the bat population may increase. Therefore, there's another issue there. I mean, it comes to the heart of a number of issues that I've got with the conditions that are currently set. Because reservoirs 1 and 2 are apart in time, it's not entirely clear how the conditions will actually apply to 2 as well as 1. Because we don't know what the time interval is going to be, some of those things are going to be, and whether it's appropriate to push everything off into an OPW, which of course is an internal process, isn't it? There's no public input.
No, well, nor am I sure that this issue actually sits comfortably within the role and function of an OPW. I mean, what you're really talking about is before embarking on the final design of Reservoir 2, does there need to be some baseline monitoring of what the bat population has
There will
turned
be-
into?
There'll be a new existing environment, basically.
So it may be that there's a condition that's needed to deal with that. Thank you, Sue. I'll come back on that. At paragraph 65, we've just accounted for some of the engagement that we've had with stakeholders. Paragraph 66, I've described the engagement with tangata whenua. As I say, those engagements have been constructive and positive, and have got us to a good point. We just have this question that needs to be resolved in terms of some of those final cultural expressions. In terms of the 42A report, again, we've just, at paragraph 68, I've provided an ongoing response to some of the technical matters. Probably we can take that, I think, as read rather than plough through that. But it's, I think, broadly speaking, what you can take from this is that there has been a really good process of ongoing engagement with the 42A team. We're not in one of those situations where we've had council effectively peer reviewing and duplicating and contesting. It's been a much more iterative and collaborative process with the 42A team, and I think it's got to a point where, through collaboration, the conditions that are now being proffered are conditions that's find the support of the 42A team. Subject, of course, to that's not the end necessarily. It sounds like it's not anyway.
You can be assured it's not.
So just on that, then, there is just from a practical perspective, there's a set of the draft conditions which the 42A team and the requiring authority are agreed on, which is attached to the submissions, and that's also the same version. That's a clean version that's been attached to Mr. Dawson's reply. And so if you are wanting to explore where there could be changes, that version that was attached to the submissions is probably a good place to start in terms of any changes that you wish to see. In terms of evidence for the requiring authority, there has been some acknowledgement that we have a few pieces of evidence which have been excused. I think we have Mr. Keith on archaeology, Mr. Fadness on geotechnical, Lenson on structural engineering, and McKinsey on lighting. So those are taken as read and introduced into the record on that basis. And then beyond that, we have a cast of witnesses. So what we intend to do is introduce these witnesses in the order that I've described at paragraph 78 of the submissions. We'll start with Mr. Brook, who's the HCC project sponsor, and then Mr. Hardy is going to, notwithstanding the statutory changes, just give you a bit of an indication of the alternatives assessment and the merits of the location. Then we will get into Mr. White's architectural evidence, which is really the best place to explore what is intended to be built. So we get a good understanding of the project and what it's going to look like and how it's going to interact with its environment. And as said with Mr. White's evidence, supplementing his written evidence, there was a short video montage that's been created, which we'll play without sound. And then Mr. White will speak to that as we go. He'll give you some narration as we go. And I think at that point we'll have a fairly good appreciation of what's being proposed in terms of the look and feel of the built form. Then we'll explore some of the effects associated with that proposal, both in terms of cultural heritage, and then transport, acoustic and ecology, landscape architect, and so on and so forth down the list. The idea really being that we'll start with understanding the project, then we'll move into the effects, both long-term and temporary, and then we'll deal with construction effects as well. And that will all be brought together by Mr. Dawson in terms of the final planning presentation. So that's the proposed sequence, and I think on that basis, unless there's anything else, we can get into some evidence.
Just a quick question around the reserves reclassification process.
Yeah.
And I think I heard you rightly that notwithstanding that the public engagement process is pending, there had been some engagement with stakeholders.
Yes.
Do you know whether the submitters to this alteration process have been engaged?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yes, both.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so they're engaged in an ongoing process. Obviously, as I said, there was the initial presentation, as I understand it, was to a subcommittee of council. That was the committee that was responsible for parks and reserves, and that will then be reported up fully to full council, at which point the formal process, notification, objection, hearing process will then unfold. And so they are actively engaged.
And timing-wise, do you have a feel for what council meetings?
Months. It's happening now, so it's within a sort of a council cycle, reporting cycle at the moment. So
April.
Okay. Great, thank you.
well, that's the reporting up.
That's
That's-
reporting.
So-
There's a few months.
It'll
after that.
go. That will be a decision. That'll be a resolution of council to formally notify the change in the reserve status. And so I'd imagine there would be about a 3-month public participatory process through there. So we're probably talking mid-year for a reclassification and decision, subject to objections and hearings and so on.
Yeah. And you've got to have it built by 2028. What month in 2028 have you got?
I don't know, but all I know is that what I can say is that the funding has conditions which have deliverables which are expected. I can't tell you exactly what the contractual consequences of not hitting a deadline would be, other than to say that the message that I'm receiving from the requiring authority is that the funding is very much linked to delivery milestones. So
Yeah. I'm just thinking that the indications are it's a 30-month construction to completion period. To do that by the end of 28, we're almost there.
it's going to be,
Yeah.
it's
But that's not our problem. Right. Well, it is.
well, you could,
getting into
sort of is, at least a part of it. But yeah, no, look, there's no question. I mean, we don't shy away from that. This is go fast.
All right. You good?
All right, thanks, sir. So we'll now call our first witness, which is Mr. Brook, on behalf of the requiring authority.
Morning, Mr. Brook.
Morning, sir.
Now, Mr. Brook, you've got your written statement of evidence in front of you.
Yes.
Just get you to confirm your full name and then just read from your executive summary, please.
Yes, I'm Jonathan Brooke. And yeah, from the executive summary. The IF agreement provides $150.6 million in a non-repayable grant funding to deliver critical infrastructure that will enable brownfield intensification and residential and commercial development within Hamilton Central cities within agreed timeframes. Funding is expected to support 4,140 dwellings between 2022 and 2025. The Reservoir project represents the largest component of the IF agreement, comprising over half of the total funding allocation. A delivery plan was agreed in February 2025, establishing specific dates and milestones to be achieved by HSE to receive funding reimbursement. To date, 2 of the 8 project milestones have been successfully met, with the next milestone on track to be achieved by the end of March 2026. The final milestone of practical completion for the Reservoir project has been pushed out from that 2028 date
29.
to early 2029. So we were able to adjust it to a certain period before, we can. So there are small adjustments we can do, but they're very small. This infrastructure is essential to unlock significant residential and commercial developments in the central city, supporting Hamilton's growth objectives and enabling the city to accommodate projected population increases while efficiently utilising existing designated land assessed as the best location for the Reservoir project. The proposed alteration is necessary to deliver this critical infrastructure within the required timeframes. The Reservoir project team has worked closely with stakeholders and undertaken extensive engagement with direct neighbours and the broader community throughout the NoR process. The proposed conditions of the designation will appropriately address the concerns raised in the submissions while ensuring this critical infrastructure is enabled.
Thank you, Mr. Brooke.
Thank you.
The only questions I had related to updates on things which we've already received updates on, so I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Just a quick question around paragraph 7. You refer to the next milestone being on track to be achieved by end of March.
Yep.
What is that milestone? Can I assume that's our decision? Yeah.
That includes your decision. Yes.
Well, you haven't achieved that.
We're here today too. So we're on track. We're here today.
You got the decision there. Right. All right. Thank you, Mr. Brooke.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brooke. I'll now call Mr. Hardy. Mr. Hardy, now you've got your written statement.
Yes, I do.
Just get you to confirm your full name and then again just read from your executive summary, please.
My name is Christopher Ellington Hardy, and I'll start from number 9. Council has an existing designation at the high point of Ruakiwi Road where the existing Ruakiwi Reservoir is located. Council undertook an assessment of alternative sites to determine if the current site is the most suitable location for new reservoirs to service future growth in the central city. The assessment showed that the existing designated site and adjacent reserve area required for the new reservoir footprint is the preferred location for the new reservoirs. The existing site has significant benefits over other sites in terms of the efficient and resilient provision of critical water services, including lower energy use, deferral of capital cost, and operability. Submissions have raised concerns regarding the consistency of the proposed reservoir project with council objectives and the location of the proposed reservoirs. Submissions also state that there are more suitable sites that would not require valuable reserve in the lake domain to be used. One submission notes that the technical criteria in the reservoir location multi-criteria analysis had, in their view, too high of a weighting compared to social and environmental criteria. Council's priority is to develop up and out from the central city. PC12, which is now operative, enabled increased housing intensification in accordance with central government's direction, including high density housing intensification in the walkable catchment within 800 metres of the central city. The reservoir project is consistent with these objectives. An MCA, multi-criteria analysis, undertaken for the reservoir location assessment was weighted more towards technical considerations, including financial and resilience, because the proposed infrastructure is critical to realising growth potential in the Hamilton Central Business District. The MCA also considered other drivers, such as social, environmental and cultural, as it was known that the new reservoirs may require more land than the current designation depending on the reservoir form, which is height versus plain area. A sensitivity assessment of the MCA weightings was carried out and the results are presented in my statement. The primary technical criteria weighting was reduced from 35 to 15% in favour of increased weightings for 2 scenarios of environment and social only. The existing reservoir site on Ruakiwi Road remained the #1 ranked site for both sensitivity scenarios, reinforcing the existing site as preferred. In my opinion, the existing reservoir site on Ruakiwi Road is the most suitable site for the proposed water reservoirs, and I recommend that the NOR is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. I mean, there's always arguments with respect to MCAs and how you rate the variables, and I'm very familiar with that. When you ran the sensitivity analysis, did you reach a point where, in actual fact, this location dropped off? You actually run the model to actually provide you with a if you like, a rating or a weighting, I should say, of the certain variables where, in actual fact, it did fall off.
We didn't do that. It never fell off anything.
I mean, obviously, if you got, one of the key components obviously is financial, and that's quite a high weighting on that. You're obviously not going to change.
Financial was one parameter which wasn't included in great detail. It was qualitative.
Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah. And the other part of your evidence deals with the question as to whether or not Reservoir 1 or Reservoir 2 should be constructed first, and the merits or disadvantage of that. And just rehearse that one again for me.
I can't recall getting into that in significant detail, but the
Since as Mr. Muldown has already reflected on, that is one of Mr. Needham's issues, so it would be good to.
Yeah, from an water engineering point of view, it doesn't really matter which one is built first. From a water hydraulics and proposal, the water reservoirs are both at the same level.
Yeah.
We're building the inlet outlet chamber for both reservoirs, and they're required for one anyway for efficient operation. So from that pure water engineering process.
And in terms of discharge through the regional consent, does it make any difference which way round you?
The stormwater discharge?
Yeah.
No difference.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Dave,
No further questions.
all right. Thank you, Mr. Hardy.
Thank you.
Mr. White.
Right.
Oh, is there a convenient time so we can take a break from morning tea and maybe get the thing loaded up?
Yeah, absolutely. So let's, what should we break till? 15 minutes?
Yeah, quarter to.
Yeah, quarter to. Yeah, thank you. All right, let's resume. Thank you very much. And we're with Mr. White, I think. Mr. White.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So Mr. White has a presentation, but before he does, we're going to just do a flyover of this video, and he's going to just narrate it as he goes. So over to you, Mr. White.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We had a soundtrack, but
Yes.
All right.
I
So
won't tell you what I thought of the music, but I didn't think I'd tell you. Yes.
okay. Right. We'll start it off. Who's got control?
Yeah.
Excellent. If you could just push play. Yeah, she was your.
You can't see it.
If you right click on that second option and push play.
Just below, yeah, just to the left, yeah.
It's actually hiding under a toolbar on the screen here. There we go. Excellent. It's playing very beautifully. Okay, so this starting image here shows a view from the south. You can see the lake to the left And we have Ruakiwi Road running up on the site on the right there. It shows the relationship between the proposed heritage tower, or the existing heritage tower, and the new reservoir. This view here is more experiential, taken from the lake. Here we're looking from Clarence Street and seeing the distance between the proposed reservoir and the historic tower. We've gone to some effort to try and make that gap as large as possible. We can get into the detail of that. It also starts to show the path connections down to the existing network in the lake there. This one here is taken close to where the stage is, down in the open space at the moment. Here we have the staging. So as previously discussed, 2028 Reservoir 1, and then in 2040 Reservoir 2 units. And we've tried to really group them as closely as possible together to try and reduce the overall mass predominance. Here we see the walkway running up around the tower, and the idea there is it's serving several purposes. It's inviting the public to engage with the space, but it's also helping to break down the mass. This view here is taken from Ruakiwi Road, and as it scrolls around here, you can really start to get the difference in height between the heritage water tower and the proposed water tower. This plan view again shows that gap, and we'll talk about it later, but directional drilling was one of the things we're able to actually curve the pipes under the ground to pull the valve chamber away from the heritage tower and increase that gap as much as possible. So when you're at Ruakiwi Road, you're actually getting a view between the two. This is again trees that just went past. Those are existing trees which we're going to put some lengths to keep. And again here, seeing the screen, and the screen is actually serving some dual purposes. It's actually providing the opportunity to screen away those sort of service areas that are occupying the space between the valve chamber and the new reservoir. This corner here provides an opportunity for cultural expression, which is some of what we're working through at the moment. And this last shot here shows the pump station down on Clarence Street and its relationship to the proposed new reservoir. I think the second time through it will probably run smoothly.
Thanks, Mr. White. So you've also produced a written statement of evidence dated the 19th of December. You have that in front of you?
I do.
If you could please just read your executive summary and then answer any questions.
The architectural design for the proposed water infrastructure prioritises minimising visual impact, enhancing public access, and integrating cultural storytelling. Key design strategies include compact massing of the reservoirs in the valve chamber, the use of a slatted Corten screen for functional and aesthetic purposes, and the creation of a public walkway that connects to the wider Hamilton Lake Domain Path network. The design elevates the infrastructure from purely a utilitarian form to one with sculptural and community-oriented qualities. Do you want me to keep reading?
Yeah, keep going.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
9 through 11, please.
Oh, right, okay. 9 through 11. The design philosophy?
The issues raised in submissions.
I take it this is your evidence.
It is. I think the version I've been given here is perhaps not the one. Sorry. The issues raised in the submissions of the neighbouring residents are addressed as follows. Visual and heritage integration, the consolidated layout and use of continuous screen significantly reduces the visual impact, the visual dominance of the infrastructure, maintaining the prominence of the existing heritage water tower. Public amenity enhancement, the inclusion of an elevated walkway and improved path connection enhances recreational opportunities and strengthens the community engagement with the site. Staging strategy, constructing Reservoir 1 first is the most appropriate approach to minimise the visual and physical impacts, delay tree removal, and maintain operational continuity during subsequent stages. In addition to the design provides a robust framework for authentic cultural storytelling through materiality, happening, and collaborative input from mana whenua. I support the RA's proposed conditions, which are appended to the evidence of Mr. Dawson. In my professional opinion, the proposed conditions will ensure the project delivers essential infrastructure while respecting the site's cultural heritage and community values.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. White. Just, I guess one of the questions I have relates to how Reservoir 1 and Reservoir 2 work in terms of the construction schedules of the two, and the public walkway and so on, and the way the design is completed for Reservoir 1 before 2 comes on. I'm not quite sure how that works. And it may be that you go back to your graphic there, or the graphics that you've got in your appendices. I'm not sure which. I mean, Reservoir 1, I think, as I understand it, that stands as a self-contained whole architecturally. There's no sort of gaps or anything waiting for 2 to come in.
There's no gaps in the first instance.
Yeah.
When Reservoir 2 comes along, some of the path on the western side will need to be removed to be able to enable that path to connect into the new reservoir.
In terms of the elevated walkway, how does that sort of work between the 2 reservoirs?
So the elevated walkway in the first instance wraps right the way around. When the second one comes along, that path is then extended and bends back around the second one. From a septic perspective, we're introducing a stair in between the 2,
Right.
so that there's no chance of entrapment.
Yes, okay. Right. All right, so effectively Reservoir 1 is a complete design.
Yes.
So it really doesn't matter if there's a lengthy time gap between the 2. And when Reservoir 2 is being constructed, I don't know if it's a question for you or for somebody else, does that require, or will that require sort of stopping access to Reservoir 1 whilst that goes on? Yes, that's what I would assume.
There'll be a construction laydown area that will need to be provided.
Yeah, okay, right. But other than that, and I guess we're going to talk about it in conditions later on too, but there seemed to be a discretion in the conditions as they're currently formed to depart from what is proposed in terms of cordon steel wall and so on and so forth for a better option or something. I guess I raised my eyebrows when I saw that as an option rather than what you're presenting as the complete package here. You've got a comment on that?
We prefer the cordon steel. We have looked at a lot of different options on the way through.
Yeah. I mean, given the fact that if you're successful in this application, you'd expect that to be commissioned basically within the next year. So not really much time for an option exercise on design, I would have thought. And once you're committed to Reservoir 1, you're probably not going to change it for Reservoir 2 if that.
We would like there to be a continuity of language between the 2.
Yeah. So I did wonder about whether that should be stapled in now rather than elective. So that's a comment that we can take on later. And I know you've addressed the question as to which reservoir should be built first, but is there any design reason why you would go with one rather than the other? I mean, you've captured a number of elements which are not really design elements; they're practical elements of trees and vegetation, planting, and so on.
When you look at the form, it definitely is a more complete form doing option 1 first.
Mm-hmm.
When you do the valve chamber and then the second one in the first instance, it actually creates quite an ungainly form that's very hard.
Because you'd have to leave the eastern side open or something, basically. So it wouldn't read as a unified.
The valve chamber is very fixed in its location.
Yeah.
We cannot bend those pipes anymore to push it anywhere else on the site. So that's where it is. There's only so much room to put 262 diameter circles.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Right, Dave, do you have anything?
No, I had similar questions in relation to the two reservoirs, but just following on in terms of Mr. Hill's question around the quartet steel, can I assume that that'll be pre-weathered to the extent that you'll avoid rust runoff?
Yeah.
Yes. There's quite a lot of it.
Yeah, there could be some rust runoff initially.
Yeah.
As it weathers, but it will be pre-weathered.
Great, thank you.
Double check. No, I'm good. Thank you, Mr. White.
Thank you. I now call Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill, you have prepared a statement of evidence dated the 19th of December. Do you have that in front of you? Just ask you to read your executive summary, and I understand you've also got some supplementary comments that you wanted to make about just informing the panel of the most recent discussions around some of those cultural issues that I had signalled in my opening submissions.
Tēnā kōrua, matua che, tēnā koe, I love your sūne, by the way.
I've had it longer than you. You're an interloper, you are. Right.
Tēnā koe. I'll read my executive summary. The Ruakiwi Reservoir project is situated within the Waikato River catchment on land that is culturally significant, spiritually significant, and value to mana whenua. The mana whenua status and responsibility are respected hugely by Hamilton City Council, and these mana whenua are Ngāti Hawa, Ngāti Koriki Kaukura, Ngāti Warere, Ngāti Mahana, Ngāti Tamarunipo, under the auspices of Waikato Tānui, Te Pakitinga o Waikato. The Ruakiwi Reservoir project is guided by Te Tere Whaimana, which is sacrosanct when it comes to decisions, and with the relevant environmental management plans ensuring developers consider the health and the Waikato River, the connected waterways, and its cultural values. Engagement with mana whenua began early in January 2024, including site visits, a number of hui, preparation of a CIA, which was endorsed by Ngāti Mahana, Ngāti Hawa, Tamarunipo. The CIA addressed heritage, stormwater, biodiversity, cultural landscape recommendations around riparian and ecological restoration, enhancement of cultural matters pertaining to Ainga Kai, Rongoa, and cultural expression through markers and ongoing cultural monitoring. On 17th of August 2024, mana whenua and Ngāti Warere endorsed the Kiwi Reservoir project. Mr. Chair and David Commissioner, acknowledging the discussion earlier pertaining to the cultural expression through the process, mana whenua have endorsed the site, the notice of requirement aspects of it, and through the cultural management plan, ongoing discussions are continuing in regards to the cultural elements, the architectural cultural elements with regards to the reservoir, and they'll continue to be progressed through the appropriate engagement process that council will lead with mana whenua. Can I further reaffirm that council have a strong partnership with mana whenua? They have a series of wānanga pertaining to all infrastructure projects through the forum called Waiwananga, where all discussions around infrastructure is had, and particularly in this particular case, the cultural elements will be worked through with the local mana whenua inclusive as endorsed by council and further through the partnership arrangement that they have with mana whenua.
Can you give us an idea as to what those cultural elements might turn out to be?
Yeah, so
I mean, are we talking physical structures, flow and so on?
yeah, it's similar to what was shown in the video. It's essentially the design aspects of the reservoir and the superficial aspects, so that it gives connection to identity and place and space when it comes to a tangible recognition of whakapapa heritage and that hill, Ruakiwi. And so what it looks like and how it's represented from a cultural point of view is where the discussion is still ongoing. So in regards to the slide, so what it looks like are like key cultural features that have been progressed with our team.
Right. So these are likely to be add-ons of some sort or another, interpretation panels or that sort of physical.
So the design is evolving with our team.
Okay.
Yeah, and mana whenua are certainly at the table, discussions with those cultural aspects.
But from the conversations you've had so far, it doesn't require major changes to what we're seeing in the design. I guess that's what I'm trying to get a sense of. I mean, is it likely, for example, that there would be an objection to the screen, the curved screen?
So that current design has evolved. With mana
That's
whenua.
been accepted.
That's the ongoing consultation discussion we're having.
All right. Okay. Yeah. I mean, you heard my concern earlier, but in actual fact, given the speed with which this process has to run, if it's to be confirmed, you're optimistic that those sort of discussions will reach a resolution relatively straightforwardly, or you can't say that?
I'm confident that we'll be able to reach an agreement with mana whenua.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. So I guess the point of difference in terms of how the cultural symbolism is represented is more so about materiality and cultural features as opposed to the cultural narrative. Is a combination of the two.
It's it's the aspects in terms of the physical representation of what it looks like and how that connects to the narrative is key.
So there's no issue with respect to, I mean, I was really interested in the original name for this particular area in terms of Ruakiwi. There's no issues there, those issues have been put to bed?
Yep, so if you recognise that the whakapapa with a number of iwi, there's certainly the term koiwi, Ruakiwi and Ruakiwi, and so through the discussions with mana whenua, they recognise that both of those have a whakapapa connection to the site.
Yeah.
And there might be different views on what mana whenua says it's more Ruakiwi versus Ruakiwi, but there's an acknowledgement that whakapapa represents both names.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Thank you. I now call Mr. Weil on heritage matters.
G'day, Mr. Weil.
G'day.
You seem to pop up everywhere these days, haven't you? So I
Heritage matters.
We won't argue with that one.
Yeah, so long as it's related to heritage. So you produced, Mr. Weil, a statement of evidence dated 19th of December.
I have.
You have that in front of you?
I do.
And can I just get you to read from your executive summary, please?
Thank you. And that starts at paragraph 17.
Okay.
The existing Ruakiwi Road Heritage Water Tower is included in the Hamilton Operative District Plan in Schedule 8A as a Category A place. This is a historic place of highly significant heritage value. It is a place assessed as being of outstanding or high value in relation to one or more of the heritage assessment criteria, and is considered to be of outstanding or high heritage value locally, regionally, or nationally. The Heritage Water Tower is a relatively rare example of its type and is an important example of a comparatively unusual building type in New Zealand. Structures for municipal water storage were often utilitarian in nature. However, the Hamilton Heritage Water Tower is one of a small number of these structures that were designed to be architectural landmarks. The Heritage Water Tower is also recognised by Heritage New Zealand as a Category 2 place on its list. The historic heritage listed Ruakiwi Water Tower lies within the designation open space and is an area governed by designation A67. The existing heritage water tower is located on land within an existing designation. Notice of requirement for an alteration to that designation is required in order to build 2 new replacement water reservoirs within the Hamilton Lake domain on Ruakiwi Road in central Hamilton. Hamilton City Council has determined that the central city needs 2 new water reservoirs, providing a total capacity of up to 50 million litres to be located near to the existing heritage water tower
in order to service most of central Hamilton with potable water via gravity supply. The 1932 Heritage Water Tower is not able to be integrated into the proposed gravity-fed potable water supply. Acknowledging its historic heritage values and the public benefit arising from those values, it is proposed to retain and conserve the Heritage Water Tower.
Can I just ask, Mr. Wild, when you say that the water tower is not able to be integrated into the proposed water supply, you're just repeating what you've been told. This is not your assessment.
That's correct. That's how I've been.
Because I mean, I've already raised the question which I want an answer to.
Yes, and
so
it was
why not?
indeed a question I raised myself, but the information I've been given is that we can't integrate the existing tank system into the.
That's your understanding.
Correct.
Thank you.
So paragraph 20, the proposal, while making the Heritage Water Tower redundant as a reservoir, does not promote the loss of the tower or of those historic heritage values for which it has been recognised, in line with section 6F of the RMA and the effect given that provision through the Operative District Plan. Protection is assessed in terms of appropriate subdivision use and development. In this proposal, the adjacent development of gravity-supplied potable water is considered to be an appropriate use and development of the existing and enlarged designated area. The proposed development retains, protects, and enhances the historic heritage values of the existing Heritage Water Tower. The separation of the proposed new reservoirs from the existing Heritage Water Tower has been carefully considered to respect and maintain sufficient distance and relative height so as not to dominate the heritage item or its setting and context. I'd like to take any questions you might have.
Thank you. And I take it from that, there's no extent of place around the water tower.
No.
Simply the structure.
Correct.
I mean, in terms of longer term considerations of the and maintaining the structure of the entity, what options are there? I mean, adaptive reuse seems unlikely, unless there's a deep diving team that wants to use it for that purpose. But
one of the things we need to do in terms of ensuring the stability of the tower is first to drain it, because it has an inherent structural flaw in that the shaft of the tower is not properly connected to its base.
Mm-hmm.
So any event, any seismic event could cause it to walk off.
But that's going to be done anyway, isn't it? I mean,
yes.
that's proposed, the ring, the whatever the cementing of the structure is, that's proposed to be done as part and parcel of.
That's right, although there's an implication structurally, and I'm not a structural engineer, that says that if the tower is no longer used to contain water, it's no longer a tank, and therefore it's a different seismic code that's required as a structure. That opens up the door to the consideration of options in adaptive reuse, not for water, for the containment of water, but for other activities. Listening to some of your questions this morning, I was minded among the other options that I have considered so far, and that's a work in progress. A roosting opportunity for long-tailed bats might be another opportunity. They've probably
put an organ in their necks, are you? Something, yes. And a belfry. Yes.
Indeed. There's another aspect about the tower that continues even once it's become redundant for storing water, and that is because it's at the highest point of central Hamilton, it contains on its roof some communications infrastructure that needs to stay there. So as much as we have looked at options for making the rooftop accessible to the public, it may not be an immediately available one.
And presumably then that structure would fall to Hamilton City to maintain and preserve and so on and so forth.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wild. I've just got a question about lighting of the existing tower. Unless my notes fail me, which is highly possible from reviewing the earlier assessment reports. But I think the New Zealand Historic Places Trust were suggesting that the existing tower be lit in some form, whereas the lighting evidence was to not light the existing tower, which I assume is related to long-tail bats, perhaps. Do you have any comment on that? It might not be one for you to resolve, but
Well, that understanding is my understanding that there's a conflict in terms of lighting. It's a wonderfully sculptural building with great relief, and a lighting option would be positive, I think, in terms of enhancing and expressing those constructed values of the tower to the public. But again, we need to balance other effects that arise from that. So again, I consider that a work in progress. Heritage New Zealand also considered repainting the base would be a good idea, and I'd resist that, and I'd look to take the paint that's on it off and restore the building to its original condition.
Yes, I mean, from what I could see, just walking around, it doesn't seem to have been tagged, which is an unusual, unusual thing. Yeah. And yeah, I think you're comfortable now with the separation of the proposed location of the new reservoir and the old. That's
Two parts to that, spatially, and the image behind you is perhaps a very helpful one. Both the separation horizontally, but also the separation vertically in terms of these very large tanks sitting subservient to that moment at the top of the hill. And I think there was another image that was very useful in my mind, which was a view from the other side of the lake looking back towards the high point of the domain. And while you can just see the heritage reservoir as a sort of folly in the landscape, the new reservoirs sit quietly down.
yes, I don't want to get into whose folly is whose, but that's yeah. Are those stairs going to be retained? Are they part?
They're not
the
original,
no.
Oh. They're new for access to that comms equipment.
Right.
Ideally, they're reversible, and that's what we'd look to do. But until we can resolve the future of the communications equipment, they need to be there.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you.
So just on that point about the reuse of the existing tower, we will give you some brief evidence on that point. I've spoken to relevant people within the requiring authority, and there are engineering reasons why it's not possible, and we'll talk to you about that.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, local challenge.
Yeah. Now, Tato Mariti on transport.
Good morning, Ms. Reedy.
Good morning.
Mariti, you again produced a statement of evidence dated the 19th of December, and you have that in front of you.
Yes.
Thank you. If I can get you to just please read from your executive summary.
My name is Tato Mariti. I work for BPO Transportation Engineer. I consider that the transportation impacts of the reservoir construction are not significant, and that the traffic volumes on Ruakiwi Road remains appropriate for a two-lane arterial road. I consider that the proposed site accesses will be sufficient to accommodate both the heavy commercial vehicles and staff-generated traffic. I consider that the site-generated traffic and heavy vehicle movements will have less than minor effects on the local road network with the implementation of the site-specific traffic management plans. Appropriate pedestrian safety measures will be implemented along the preferred routes and at construction accesses through site-specific traffic management plans. A key aspect of the project is the transportation of large wall panels and pipe components, large items of equipment and plant into the site as overweight and over-dimensioned loads. The preferred timing of these loads to travel along the designated routes to the project site
will be determined by the local road peak hour periods. The reduction of public parking supply on Ruakiwi Road is considered minimal, as sufficient on-street parking will remain.
Thank you, Ms. Reedy. You would have heard me this morning just express some concern about the sight lines and stopping distances and so on from the north. Do you not share that concern? I mean, I'm thinking particularly when it comes to the longer vehicles, obviously, and turning the right turn in.
Yes, I did consider that in my assessment of effects. Looked at the available site distances and highlighted that site access 1 may have a shortage on sidelines. However, looking at the stop and site distance, which would be the main issue with vehicles approaching that access, there was sufficient stop and site distance that drivers can actually side a vehicle that is waiting to turn right at a sufficient distance and still make a decision to slow down and stop before there can be any crash. So that has been addressed in the effect.
Your confidence is more than mine, I must say. Yes. Okay. I mean, I did note in your report that I can't remember whether you called it an average or a mean speed on that road is very close to the maximum limit, which is a bit unusual. And certainly my observation, which is simply anecdotal, and acknowledge that, were that people were actually moving probably more than 50 k's an hour, most of the cars that I saw on Sunday. And that obviously is a matter that you've already observed as well.
Yes, and usually for construction periods, the site construction management plan, which usually recommends road signs and lower speed environment around the construction. So there will be road signs alerting drivers that there is a construction site ahead and to slow down, and usually in this case specify the safe speed environment for drivers. Yes.
Sorry, let me just think about that through. So is it likely to be a low speed? Is it likely to be a lower speed imposed during the construction period on that part?
Yes.
And what does that require? I mean, is that something which, I mean, to lower the road speed as a rule requires some other authorization of some sort. How does that occur in Hamilton City? Is that something that construction sites can simply arbitrarily do?
No, so that is guided by the New Zealand Code of Practice for temporary traffic management.
Yeah.
So it will require an application.
Yeah, right. That's what okay. So what speed would you recommend through that area? Are you recommending a speed, or you haven't got to that point?
We haven't got to that point. Usually that is also guided through the contractor's application of.
So it's the contractor who has to apply, not the requiring authority. It's the contractor that applies for that permission to reduce the speed, is it?
So the company responsible for construction will prepare that construction management plan and submit to the authority for approval prior to the construction.
Okay, all right. I mean, the concern I had, and again we'll talk about this afternoon, is that some of these management plans are very open in terms of there's not a lot of detail in terms of what needs to be considered. We just want to be sure that issues like that are properly covered off in the provisions for the plan. Yeah. I mean, I know that NZTA has guidance on these sorts of things, but it is only guidance. It's not a management setup for the management. Okay.
Thank you. So just following on from Mr. Hill's question, outside having reduced speed limits, albeit on a temporary basis during construction, and all the more standard requirements in a construction traffic management plan, there's no other formal traffic management controls that you see as appropriate for that particular interface of the roading network? No formal controls?
So that is usually, that will depend on the traffic entering the site. So usually there would be someone directing traffic. If it's yield control, or there could be a device that is used to control traffic if necessary, and that depends mainly on the traffic, the road and traffic entering the site.
Okay, thank you.
The other matter that I had on my list was the issue of avoiding the potential for the queuing of vehicles, given the site distances that we're talking about there. Is it proposed that there be some sort of an off-site holding area where trucks can actually park up whilst waiting to deliver goods to the site? I mean, the site is quite small, and I mean, I can't remember what the number is. I think there's one every couple of minutes or something when it comes to, for example, the concrete trucks. The likelihood of there being more than, of those not wanting to queue is probably quite, or the other way around. I suspect that queuing would occur if in actual fact it wasn't actively discouraged. Is it proposed that that be controlled in some way off-site?
So the site has two accesses which can accommodate heavy vehicles, and in terms of that spreads the traffic or the trips entering the site, and the other side, the site access one, has a larger area where vehicles can also queue on site.
But it's not proposed to have any other control on that. That's just it's going to be, again, it will be up to the contractors to manage the deliveries in the times frames. There's no, you're not proposing to regulate that in any sort of way.
That will be regulated by specific site traffic management plan for that. So there will be more details on how traffic will be controlled at that particular access, depending on the expected traffic.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Again, I might want to see something a little bit more specific in the site-specific traffic management plan prescriptions, because I think that is that's probably going to be an issue which someone's going to have to address in due course. There were a number of matters. I'm looking at paragraph 40. There were a number of matters that council has just want to check a number of these matters with which you disagree. Have those matters now been discussed between you and agreed between you, or are there any that are still outstanding? You've disagreed with the level of specificity that council has sought to be in the construction traffic management plan. Are those still points of disagreement?
Yes. So currently, as I've just mentioned, that more details are usually addressed during the application of the construction traffic management.
Right. Yeah. All right. All right. So we'll hear about that a bit later if they're still relevant. I think that's my list. Just double check. Yes. Okay. thank you, Ms. Moody. That's enough for now, thank you.
Yes, so just before we move off traffic, so if I understand the lie of the land there in terms of that discussion, condition 22 deals with the construction management plan, and it sets out a list of what, as a minimum, should be addressed. I don't see temporary speed control or potential queuing on the public road network as issues. So you've indicated that you're interested in obviously hearing from the 42A report and possibly a discussion around amended conditions. So that would be the place where, if there was to be more specificity about addressing temporary speed controls and queuing, that would be the place for it. In that
Yes,
list.
it would. Yes, it would. And it isn't a prescription that those things need to be put in
No,
place.
just addressed.
Just addressed.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. It's helpful. Now, Mr. Cottle, on acoustic matters. Mr. Cottle, now you've produced a statement of evidence dated the 19th of December.
Yes, sir.
If you could please confirm your name and then read from your executive summary, please.
Matthew John Cottle, that's my name. Sorry, just before we proceed with that, just a minor amendment to paragraph 31 of my evidence on page 7, if you will.
Thank you. Yeah.
The reference to paragraph 19 should be paragraph 18.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Paragraph 9.
So a paragraph was taken out. I mean, I'm intrigued as to what paragraph was taken out, of course.
Oh, just adjustments through the course of...
So you don't need to ask.
Yeah. Right. All good?
Yep, thank you.
Great. Reservoir operational noise and vibration effects will be negligible.
Yeah.
Construction noise and vibration will generally comply with the limits in NZS 6803/1999. That's the construction noise standard, and in 4153/99, which is the vibration performance standard.
Yeah.
Apart from exceedances of NZS 6803/1999, as noted in my evidence, which would be said paragraph 18.
Yeah.
And then exceedances during construction do sometimes occur in my experience. However, where they are minimised as far as possible and any exceedances managed using a construction noise and vibration management plan, as is proposed here, residual effects are typically acceptable. Matters of concern raised in submissions that I address in my evidence relate to construction noise in excess of NZS 6803, vibration causing structural damage to dwellings, construction noise and vibration causing negative impacts to local residents, visitors and dog walkers, the understatement of construction noise and vibration effects, and noise from early morning concrete pours and associated truck movements on Ruakiwi Road. I consider all submitted concerns are addressed through the proposed noise and vibration conditions, including most of the amendments proposed by Mr. McGregor. 14. I am of the opinion that the project's noise and vibration effects can be managed to an acceptable level through the imposition of the proposed conditions agreed with Ms. Gold and Mr. Greer.
Thank you, Mr. Cottle. Just clarifying in your para 18, your existing para 18, just I'm assuming that those are at the nearest sensitive receiver. The metrics that you've got there.
Yes, that is correct. Yes.
So, and that, I think, you must have had a picture or something. Or a graphic.
Yes, it is.
So behind me, is it? Oh, yes, okay. So that presumably is R1?
R1, that's correct.
Right, okay. And you can confirm that there's unlikely to be, or, well, no, let me not put words in your mouth. In terms of the existing water tower, is there any perceptible effect on the water tower?
For vibration?
Yeah.
No, there's not.
You've monitored that, or
Yes.
you've modeled
Yes,
it?
yes.
Okay, Dave? I mean, there are some issues with conditions that we'll talk about later. If I should ask him. But
I think that's all
hanging,
resolved.
Yes, we
hanging
can.
around. I don't want to hold them back
No, no,
necessarily. I realise that.
No, that's fine.
Okay, all right.
I said a question in relation to the concrete pours, and I think, it's been covered in multiple statements that they could be happening from 5 a.m. Obviously, that would probably pose some nuisance to nearby residents, and there's a comment, I forget where I've got this from, so forgive me, but you talk about the events being infrequent in terms of the concrete pours, but how often are they actually going to occur?
That's a good question. I think there's a handful over the course of one reservoir, the specifics of which may be set out in the construction method statement. Sorry, I don't have that with me.
That's okay. It's something I'll post to construction folk.
But you are confident, are you? I mean, in terms of your paragraph 43, that you've indicated that even though it's going to be behind a 2.4 metre high site noise barrier, and I'm assuming that's a standards of noise barriers, it says still additional mitigation still be required to avoid.
Yes, that's correct.
So what's the purpose of the noise barrier?
Well, the noise barrier is primarily for day-to-day
ordinary construction.
Yep. Some of the more significant activities that will get noisier, in fact, than nighttime pours. But the issue is that the limit which applies at nighttime is significantly lower than during the daytime. Hence, I've set out some recommended enhanced mitigation measures starting at 43A, which should be considered for the project and would be considered during the development of the CMBMP.
So just remind me, are those A to F, are they currently identified in the draft management plan for condition? That's one of the things I was going to ask later on, but I'll ask you now. So it wouldn't necessarily be in the construction noise and vibration management plan, but they could also be in the traffic management plan and so on.
Sure.
Definitely.
So if you look at 16 F, there are some mitigation measures set out in there.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Can I just also note, so that the construction method statement that the witness referred to is Appendix J, and it's recorded in Condition 1 as one of the documents that's basically being locked in. It's Appendix J.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cottle.
Thank you.
Mr. McBride on ecology.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Cole, just one thing, just to reconfirm your 57, where you say you understand that Mr. McGregor has now agreed to Saturday construction between the hours of X and Y?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Friday, you have produced a written statement dated the 19th of December.
Yep.
And you have it for it?
I do.
Great. If you could just confirm your name and also then just read from your executive summary, please.
My name is Jamie Mackay. My executive summary starts at paragraph 15. This statement of evidence provides an assessment of terrestrial ecology effects associated with HCC's NOR for the Ruakiwi Road project. The project involves construction of 2 reservoirs, a valve chamber, and associated pipelines connecting to existing 3 waters infrastructure. The ecological assessment focuses on potential vegetation and habitat loss within the project footprint and associated effects on terrestrial ecology, particularly long-tailed bats. Field investigations identified 3 main vegetation types in the project footprint: mixed exotic indigenous treeland, which is approximately 0.58 of a hectare, mown grass, around a hectare, and a small patch of agapanthus, 0.0025 hectares. From a botanical perspective, all are of negligible ecological value as they're dominated by exotic species, subject to high levels of disturbance and not representative of naturally occurring ecosystems. The treeland has been assigned an ecological value of moderate for habitat provision due to providing foraging and nesting habitat for indigenous birds and foraging and potential roosting habitat for threatened nationally critical long-tailed bats. Agapanthus has been assessed as having an ecological value of low habitat provision due to providing potential habitat for indigenous skinks. Mown grass has an ecological value of negligible from a habitat provision perspective. Because avoiding the loss of 0.58 hectares of treeland is not feasible, residual effects of habitat loss were addressed using a biodiversity compensation model. The compensation approach was selected due to the high uncertainty inherent in quantifying long-tailed bat habitat gains and losses, and ensures an overall predicted net biodiversity gain. The model described in this statement of evidence incorporates feedback from the Director General of Conservation and the S42A report, and it predicted a net gain outcome of 27% through the provision of 0.58 hectares of indigenous planting, 7.4 hectares of pest mammal control, 1 hectare of no-mow grassland, protection and/or relocation of 19 existing bat roost features, and installation of 23 artificial roost boxes. The Department of Conservation raised concerns about the adequacy of residual effects management and the ecological value of mown grass habitat to long-tailed bats. In order to address these concerns, the model was updated to include compensation for the loss of mown grass. Provided the recommendations to minimize the risk of killing or injuring indigenous fauna during vegetation clearance and the compensation package are fully implemented, the project will result in a net gain in biodiversity values within the Hamilton Lake domain.
Thank you, Dr. Mackay. You heard my matters that I raised earlier on. Whether you can implement a no-mow area in terms of the current management plan, I guess we have to assume that that's still to be negotiated because it's not automatically going to be the case if in actual fact it's taking out a recreational area or whatever from a part of the park that is allocated to that function.
It was put together with parks, so the areas identified in this health evidence show where the Parks Department are happy for that no-mow to go. It also doesn't necessarily preclude public access, so it's sort of an area where it's allowed to grow into longer grass and sort of all the associated benefits in terms of native or other species.
So will it be managed to a particular degree, or I mean, I just assume that no means that other than weeds, or however that's going to be controlled, it'll simply be allowed to go feral.
No, there'll be an element of management because if it was just left to grow too long, you can end up with issues with pest mammals, particularly rodents moving in. So there've actually been trials of it in Hamilton already. So there has been it's been used in a number of parks as part of a study, and sort of it does bring biodiversity gains, but there is a level of management. So no-mow is kind of a concept, but it would get knocked back probably a couple of times a year just to keep it under control.
But I understood the purpose of the no-mow was to potentially to provide insects for foraging for long-tailed bats.
Yes.
What does that require in terms of what do you need to provide for the insects to be there, I guess is the question.
It mainly comes down to disturbance. So the existing mown grass, it's mown to very short levels constantly, very frequently. So you tend to end up with much lower invertebrate biomass and sort of correspondingly lower amounts of food for the bats. By reducing the mowing intensity, you just sort of allow insects to go through the life cycle, and you do end up with the flying insects, which perhaps depend on for food. So it doesn't necessarily have to be left entirely undisturbed. It's sort of the frequency, provided the frequency of disturbance is decreased, it should still produce a food source.
So the label is probably not exact.
Yeah,
it's not a
no-mow.
No-mow
Might have been there.
Or slow-mo. That's right. Yes. Okay. All right. That's helpful. Whenever anybody uses the BCM and the departments involved, there's always a heavy argument as to methodology, but I'm not going to go there. That's fine. And fortunately, I think DOC doesn't seem to have gone there in terms of its submission anyway. I think the other question I had for you was whether I don't think you did field surveys for bats in the area. You just assumed that they may be there because they're suitable habitat?
We did do acoustic surveys.
Yeah.
So the results of our acoustic surveys are on the screen behind you. We sort of color code with the points, the color coding on the side indicates the level of activity recorded at our acoustic monitors.
As you say, it's hardly overwhelming in terms of its utility if you've only got 4 passes a night recorded.
Yeah, it was very low activity compared to other parts of the city.
And I mean, whilst those are point records, there's no indication of vectors in terms of where they're going or coming from or where they're staying or whatever.
No, there's no. We didn't pick up any evidence on the recorders indicative of roosting, so we sort of looked for things like clustered passes at dawn and dusk. You can pick up things called social calls, which are a slightly different call, and that might indicate roosting, but we didn't pick up any evidence of that, despite the fact there are some trees within the footprint of the reservoirs which have potential roost features, but there was no evidence of them being used likely due to predation. We found possums inside some of the cavities.
Right, so you explored the trees?
Yeah, we had probably Mickey over there, kind of looked at them from the ground, identified potential roosts, and then we sent climbing arborists up to the trees to actually look into the potential cavities to assess whether they were actually potential roosts or not.
And nothing was found?
Nothing was found.
Right.
And going back to activity, I should point out that the Hamilton City Bat Survey, so Project Echo, had a monitoring point on Hamilton Lake, and that's also had very low activity for at least the 3 years, 20, 21, 22, and 24. That's in paragraph 36 of my evidence.
And in terms of lighting, you're quite comfortable with being recommended by Mr. McKenzie?
Yes, we worked on that together and referred to the DOC guidelines on artificial lighting.
And you're going to tell me what grazing optics are, aren't you?
I am not.
Whatever. Yes, I said I wasn't going to bring that up because Mr. McKenzie's not here, but I must say my eyebrows raised when I read grazing optics. I got no idea what a grazing optic is.
I don't either, actually.
Right. Well, he's recommended them, so perhaps we should find out what they are.
It's my homework.
Yes. Okay.
Paragraph 17, you talk about the BCM or biodiversity compensation model. And my question doesn't necessarily relate to the outcomes of that, but more so the notion of achieving a predicted net biodiversity gain. And I'm sure you appreciate that's quite nuanced as to how you quantify that. What I'm interested in is whether you've got any thoughts on how long it will take to achieve a net biodiversity gain. I know that's not a straightforward question, but interested in your thoughts.
Yeah, so I suppose if you look at each component, I suppose that currently the grass provides very, very little biodiversity benefit. So the NoMo approach will I just have to refer back to where I cited a study. So they found that in agricultural landscapes, reducing mowing frequency resulted in a 41% increase in invertebrate biomass after a single year. That was sort of going from a heavily grazed system to a lower frequency of mowing. So I expect that in terms of food source on the grassland, which currently, to my mind, doesn't provide much benefit at all to the bats, I think that will increase within the first year as we start to reduce this mowing frequency, there'll be more food available. We do have existing roost features, so some of our roost surveys went outside of the footprint of the reservoir into trees that are being retained. Part of the compensation will be to protect those with predator-proof bands above and below, and that pretty much immediately makes them available to bats. What we found, and also the artificial roost boxes will be installed straight away, and we found sort of in Hamilton we're actually getting them the uptake of artificial roost boxes within a few years. Nobody, as far as I know, has done a study of sort of whether you get a quick uptake if you protect existing roost features. I'm actually quite excited by this as a prospect, both this and our proposal to remove sections of trees with roost features in them and either attach them to poles or attach them to existing trees. It's a technique that's used overseas, but as far as I can tell, hasn't been done much in New Zealand yet.
I think Doc inferred that there might be a limited success rate in terms of the artificial roost boxes. Is that your recollection?
Doc are always relatively negative towards artificial roost boxes. So despite the fact that there has been good uptake, I was the person who radio tracked it back to an artificial roost box the first time with a colleague who's now at Waikato Regional Council. So we know that they're being used in Hamilton, and sort of since then there's been a fair amount of research showing that they are taken up quickly. Sort of Doc's concerns relate to the fact that the artificial roost boxes have different thermal profiles to natural roosts. So some of the concerns are that they may not be suitable as maternity roosts. So that's where the female bats gather and raise their young. They tend to be roosts with a more stable thermal profile, which tend to be in larger trees. So that's a big part of the reason for me wanting to be more creative than just using artificial roosts and to protect existing roosts and move existing roosts. The hope there is that will provide better quality roosting habitat for the bats that are at the moment occasionally using the sites. But if we have these protected, better quality roosts, that could lead to more roosting behaviour in the area.
So I guess your overall contention is that you can achieve a net biodiversity gain reasonably quickly, notwithstanding the removal of quite a significant number of trees.
Yeah, it was 14 trees with potential roost features, and we're proposing quite a significant number of roosts in return. And I think it's also just important to remember it is a very low activity site. So we're providing the roost features, but there's potentially not very many bats flying around to benefit from them. So the impact on bats is low because there's not very many bats flying around. But what we're doing is providing potentially very top-class habitat for them to move into eventually. But generally, sort of north of Cobham Bridge, you don't get a huge amount of bat activity. It's the peak of the bat activity is to the south, out towards Peacocks and through the Gully system. There's this sort of within the city. It's too light. It's too noisy. It's too disturbed. You get very little bat activity.
Right. Thank you.
And the roosts that you will be growing, the bat boxes that you'll be putting in place, they relate to Reservoir 1, Reservoir 2. How's that split?
We're going to do, so essentially our baseline for the compensation model is that everything's going to be removed at once.
Mm-hmm.
So our enhancement will happen immediately. So when sort of Reservoir 2 construction happens, we will have had 20 odd years of having this better habitat available. So the trees that are within the footprint of Reservoir 1 will still be available. We're not proposing any particular compensation actions within that footprint other than the other than the pest level control, which will be quite limited because it's just a few scattered trees and grassland. So the benefit, the sort of value of Reservoir 2 won't increase particularly much during the intervening time.
What about the effective construction of Reservoir 2? Is that likely to be inhibitive of continued bad activity?
No, with construction activities mainly happening during the day, it's not going to have much impact on bat behaviour. Bats do change roosts pretty much nightly, so if there is disturbance, then they move away.
Yes, I did understand that they're not particularly territorial in terms of roosts.
No, they shift frequently. So sometimes they have solitary roosts, sometimes they have communal roosts. It's yes, they're very sort of flexible in their behaviour.
Rough sleepers.
You find sort of single male bats, particularly juveniles, just all over the place underneath people's decks. There's a
juvenile of most species all over the place.
Well, true.
Yes, right. All right. Thank you, Dr. Mackay.
Thank you.
Okay, just before Dr. Mackay, just before you depart, I just wanted to pick up, there's one just point that came out of that discussion. This description of the no-mo, which has now found its way into draft conditions of consent, which feels like it's maybe a slight misnomer. Is it better to describe it as a low disturbance grassland, or is no-mo a term of art? Where's that word come from? So it's not actually no-mo.
No, it's low mo or low disturbance. I think it was called no-mo in the trials run by Hamilton Council, but I can. Or shall I hand? Or maybe we should hand that over to Georgine. Georgine's probably got a bit more information on that.
We'll come back and
understand the point. It's a managed level of growth, basically.
Yeah.
Then we'll pick that one up again in some of those condition drafting edits to be made. Ms. Howard on landscape architecture and trees, please. Ms. Howard, I understand you're on debut. First hearing. Go easy, please. No, that wasn't fair. Now, you produced a written report dated that was evidence dated the 19th of December. You have that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Great. Could you just please confirm your full name and then read from your executive summary?
Yes, Georgina Catherine Brody Halewood, and I will read my summary.
Okay.
The project delivers significant public realm and ecological benefits while enabling critical water infrastructure. The landscape concept has been developed to integrate the large-scale infrastructure sensitively while generally maintaining the park-like qualities of the Hamilton Lake Domain, protecting and enhancing view shafts, improving ecological networks, and enhancing recreational activities. The key design outcomes include a network of new paths providing improved public access, safer movement, and new vantage points that celebrate the domain's high ridgeline and views to the Waikato landscape. A comprehensive mitigation planting program, including 144 new specimen trees, 35 of which are proposed within the designation area, and a further 109 across the wider domain. Over 500 square metres of native and stormwater garden areas within the designation, and a further 0.58 hectares of native restoration offset mitigation planting along the domain ridgelines to strengthen ecological and visual amenity values. A tree retention and protection strategy that avoids tree removal wherever practicable and retains mature oak and macrocarpa trees that contribute to the open space character, amenity, and ecological habitat of the domain. A clearly structured, staged methodology that limits the overall extent of visual and ecological change over time, corresponding to the construction of Reservoir 1 and 2. integration of Māori narratives and themes into the architecture and landscape design that will be developed with mana whenua through detailed design. Recreation and informal play opportunities, which are also being identified and developed through the detailed design phase, which may include nature play, park amenities such as seating, drinking fountain, wayfinding and interpretive signage, educational features, and new gathering spaces. In my opinion, the proposal achieves an appropriate balance between enabling essential infrastructure and maintaining the values of a recreation reserve in which the alteration to designation occurs. With the recommended conditions, the project will result in balancing infrastructure and the domain's open space with long-term improvements to landscape visual amenity, accessibility, ecological resilience, and cultural expression.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Howard. And just picking up a point that Dr. Mackay just alerted me to, do I take it that this, I guess your work was done in cooperation with Parks?
Yes.
Okay. So as far as you're concerned, or as far as you know, the other part of council is quite comfortable with what's being proposed.
Yes, we've worked with the Parks team, all facets of it, right through the process.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were there any matters that remain in terms of not complete agreement on how to proceed?
No.
And do you put that down to your persuasiveness, or?
No, I think everyone's had a shared vision in terms of trying to get a good outcome for the domain, realising that there's an infrastructure project happening, but how can we improve and enhance the area?
Okay. And just as you know, as you're working things through, were there material modifications to where you started from to where you ended up in terms of how to approach clusters of trees? Or
yeah, so with the trees, we worked with the city arborist, consulting arborists, and looked at also Dr. Mackay's evidence around potential bat roosts and things like that, and that's where we've developed a strategy around removal in terms of trees that have potential roost habitat can only be removed at a certain time period. So to enable sort of a gradual, not just go in and clear everything out at once, it's our approach that the trees will be removed in a staged impact so that trees that don't have any ecological value can be removed first, and then we can move on to the sort of with timing around the
and the sequencing of revegetation and planting and so on. That's been designed such that they won't be disturbed between construction of Reservoir 1 and construction of Reservoir 2.
Yeah, so the plan is that trees impacted by Reservoir 2 will stay in place until that construction period happens. Oh yes, there is a bit of pressure. So the yellow trees are basically impacted by Reservoir 2.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see there's an orange one there. I think it's tree number 15.
Yep.
Is right on the boundary, and so it's our intention that tree would be protected during the construction of Reservoir 1. It may not be able to be, but until we've fully developed the construction methodology, it's the intention to protect it because it does have a higher ecological value rather than some of the other trees surrounding it. So we've taken that into consideration. And the large trees along the boundary of the designation, some of which the trunks are within the designation, we're protecting those through the construction as well to retain that large line of mainly macrocarpa, that one. So
Okay.
And then so the blue, we are planning to transplant those trees to either other locations within the domain or nearby parks network. And then there's the 3 oak trees on Ruakiwi Road, which are the green colour as well.
Yep.
And we've put together a tree protection plan for those trees to enable them to remain during construction. So yeah, we had a change in construction of the raised platform through this area. Originally, it had the mass block retaining wall, and it's changed to a cantilevered path.
Yeah.
So to lessen the disturbance of the root structures. Yeah.
Yeah. So you've given full weight to the root protection areas and so on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just in terms of the mitigation planting program, do you see any issues with plant supply given the program is?
We've got a bit of lead time on that, so yeah, not anticipating. And because we're predominantly going to be planting native restoration plants, they're usually in pretty good supply. So yeah, not anticipating anything with that. So.
And is there a requirement to source from the Waikato Ecological District or anything of that nature?
That would be the intention, but we haven't set it out as a specific condition.
Yeah.
So you're not doing a like-for-like replacement?
No, because predominantly at the moment, a lot of the tree species are exotic, sort of as the Macrotapa. The intention is to predominantly put native trees and plants back in. So there's currently agapanthus around the base of the existing water tower. We'd be changing that to be native planting as well. So yeah, and really improving the ecological benefits as well.
And is that I can't recall from the management plan. Is that the orientation of the Hamilton Lakes Domain management plan?
Yeah, the area adjacent is significant natural area, but that is in we've been working with the parks team about what the planting looks like and what their ongoing desire is for that area. So that's with the specimen trees that we can't put back in the designation area. The whole ridge line right from the entrance to the Lake Domain right round to Hamilton Girls High is where we're focusing. And predominantly, although there are a number of large native, like totara and things like that at the moment, the dominant tree is the Macrotapa, which are beginning to fail. So we don't know whether they're going to fail in 20 years or 50 years, but the intention is if we can strengthen those large native tree specimens along the ridgeline, that same look will be retained, for the next 150 years. Yeah.
And the relocation or transplanting of the trees as depicted there, are you anticipating like 100% success rate with that? I've tried it at home and have not achieved that.
Well, we'll be using
beware the failed attempts of commissioners.
we will be engaging a contractor with a tree spade, and generally, you have a fairly decent success rate with that. It's about like the putting them in the right location as well, because there's a real mix. There's kahikatea that are planted up there, and then there's a bunch of exotic sort of trees as well. So it'll be making sure that we can put them in the right place that's suitable for that type of tree to grow, and that the parks team, are going to care for them basically for the next couple of years while they're established. But the timing is critical on that. So we need to make sure we do it in that winter period, and we're not trying to do it in January, for example.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Howard. Good.
Thank you.
Now call Mr. Morton in relation to landscape management. You produced a statement of evidence dated the 19th of December of this proceeding. So a copy in front of you?
Yes, I have a copy.
Right. Just confirm your full name and then read your executive summary, please.
My name is Adrian Duke Morton, and my executive summary is as follows. Point 8 is my evidence assesses the landscape and visual effects of proposed 2 water reservoirs and valve station to be located off Ruakiwi Road and within Hamilton Lake Domain, being proposed by ACC. I have utilised a methodology that aligns with the NZILA Te Tangi Te Manu Aotearoa New Zealand Landscape Assessment Guidelines. The assessment evaluates the existing landscape, identifies key attributes, and determines potential effects through mapping analysis, field assessment, and visual impact studies and evaluation. The requiring authority proposes to construct 2 water reservoirs and an associated valve chamber, which will be staged within approximately 10 years between each stage to meet the demands of population growth within the city. Each of the proposed reservoirs will hold 25 million litres of water within 2 circular concrete structures and an external diameter of 62.65 metres each and a height of 10.2 metres external dimension. The covered reservoir will reach a maximum elevation of approximately 72 RL from its centre. An existing water reservoir designation to the south of the Heritage Tower provides the baseline for the development of future reservoirs. The existing designation could enable a single rectangular reservoir or 2 smaller circular reservoirs units to be constructed within it. Although the 2 design options could be progressed, the units would be in close proximity to the footpath and the Heritage Water Tower. Plus, they would restrict views to the open space and prove difficult to provide an architectural response to reduce the bulk and form, which they would likely result in greater adverse effects. The site lies within a significant natural area and has one tree scheduled in the operative Hamilton District Plan as a notable tree within the proposed development site. The landscape character associated with the project site is set within the green belt of the domain, which is the important open space, although the area has been highly modified over time. The character surrounding the project site is defined by the rolling topography, ridgeline, the large mature trees, open grass space, and the Heritage Water Tower, with the area being surrounded by Hamilton City's urban and residential environment. The landscape and visual effects relate to the removal of vegetation, the construction activity, land modification, and placement of 2 reservoirs within the associated loss of open space. The project will be constructed in 2 stages, with the majority of effects being associated with the first stage. The secondary effects occurring approximately 10 years later with the construction of the second reservoir. The project is well contained within the site and will have a low effect on the broader key attributes, such as the alluvial terraces, undulating landforms, vegetation coverage, distant views to the south and north, plus the urban form, which contribute to the broader landscape character. In relation to the domain and the lake's public open spaces and the central business district of Hamilton City, the project will have a low effect in relation to the character of these locations. The existing greenbelt has extensive mature vegetation that will largely contain the effects of tree removal, land modification, and construction of the reservoirs associated with the project, and therefore maintains the general character associated with the domain and the Hamilton City. At a site level, the stage 1 construction of the first reservoir will have a localized moderate adverse effect on landscape character due to the removal of trees, landform modification, the placement of the reservoirs, plus the permanent reduction of the domain's grassed open space. Stage 2 will result in changes in the landscape character, and although the tree removal and landform modification will be of a lesser quantum, the changes will result in a localized, moderate adverse landscape effect. In relation to the Heritage Reservoir, the removal of incidental built facilities and vegetation from around the base of the structure will help enhance the water tower setting and make the feature more visible, resulting in a low, moderate, localized positive benefit.
The visual amenity effects will vary depending on the location of the viewer, with noticeable but localized moderate adverse effects occurring during the construction period due to machinery movement and erection of the reservoir structures at each stage. The public walkway around Hamilton Lake will generally result in a low moderate adverse visual effect due to loss of vegetation that will change the ridgeline appearance. The primary landscape and visual effects will be experienced from the domain areas that are immediately adjacent to the project and those properties in close proximity to the site, particularly those located to the east of the proposed reservoirs along Ruakiwi Road. The change in visual amenity will primarily be associated with the loss of open space, associated mature vegetation, and the construction of the reservoirs, which will result in a moderate high permanent adverse effect. The project incorporates integrated mitigation measures that include the benching of the reservoirs into the slopes, the use of Core-10 steel screens to enclose and visually soften the concrete reservoirs, and the incorporation of a concrete block retaining wall base to reduce the perceived bulk of the structures. The retention of oaks along Ruakiwi Road and the inclusion of landscape, shrub and tree planting will also help to integrate the reservoirs into the receiving environment. The project has considered the loss of open space with design enhancements that include an integrated viewing platform, paths, interpretive signage and seating to uphold the open space values. In addition, the positioning of the proposed reservoirs to allow space between the proposed development and the heritage water tower creates a setting that respects the tower's heritage status, while providing a visual link through to the open space and views beyond, brackets from Ruakiwi Road. Simple and relatively low curtain wall encompassing the reservoirs provides a suitable contrast with the subdued colours, complementing the concrete form of the heritage tower. Just as an additional on that, to my summary, is that in my opinion, the project will be discernible and permanent. However, the architectural and landscape design approach achieves a considered balance between infrastructure requirements and the domain's open space character and function. This is supported by the inclusion of public facilities and enhanced amenity and accessibility. Open to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. I mean, I don't think I've got any questions for you. Your conclusion is quite, as it says, there will be an effect on those who are affected and not on those who aren't, in summary. And you haven't sought to minimise that effect on particularly those along Ruakiwi Road. So I think that's perfectly understandable. Right.
Just a question in relation to, I guess, landscape visual effects from property owners or the public realm on the other side of the lake. To what extent have you considered that, and where do you see that level of effect?
So in my assessment, it does cover that, and also within my evidence. So due to the distance of receptors across the lake and from those areas, which has also been identified in a number of representative viewpoints from around the lake. So albeit they're often at lake level, and they sort of probably represent views from residential housing quite well. By virtue of the existing vegetation along that ridgeline tends to screen and obscure views of the proposed development. Probably, as I said in my summary, it's that ridgeline vegetation that will change to some degree. So yeah, I'm pretty comfortable that the effects are pretty low.
Thank you. No further questions from you.
Just checking to make sure I've got nothing else I want to pick up. Just a question on page 43 of your evidence, Appendix A2, where you've summarised the effects provided, and at the end of that table, you have NK and L against 1 Bass 17 Ruakiwi Road. You said to be completed. Your assessment of
yes, so in my, it's probably a typo error, possibly. Obviously, within my evidence, I do make a reference to submitters and address.
Can you just direct me to the paragraph number on that one? Where you found that? Just
bear with me, right?
This is 102.
We're starting at 100.
So page 29, starting at 100.
Right. Okay. Yeah. All right. So there wasn't something more that you were going to add to that particular table. All right. Thank you. I hope I will talk with Mr. Needham about that this afternoon. So that's fine. All right.
Sorry, just one more question, and it might be outside our remit in terms of the outlet structure for the stormwater discharge, and understand it's outside the designation area, subject to a regional consent. But has there been any consideration to the visual effects of that structure, or was it all subsurface? I wasn't sure what the design is.
Yeah, there hasn't been a specific assessment of it. I am aware of it, and obviously there is a pipe route that will be undertaken to get down to that point. And my understanding is that would be a fairly typical head wall with riprap type of approach. So the quantum would be fairly low, and point, I guess the effects will be fairly limited to that area. So, but
Some
yeah, haven't addressed
naturalisation, I would presume. Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
So just checking in on time. So we're due to lunch at 12:30. Before I call Mr. Dawson, I wanted to call Mr. Donaldson, who's the project manager, just to answer those technical questions that you had about the existing structure. I think that's probably a pretty short sort of on and off series of questions. And then if you want to take the break, we can, or we could get through Mr. Dawson. I'm just very conscious that I understand Mr. Needham and Ms. Morrissey are here, and I didn't want to sort of inconvenience them by coming back after lunch and continuing. So it may be that we could just crack on with Mr. Dawson and get through till hopefully just before 1. Yeah, so
let's try that.
All right. So firstly, I'll call Mr. Donaldson, please. Yeah. So Mr. Donaldson is just going to answer those technical questions. Mr. Donaldson, I'll just get you to confirm your full name, please.
Adam Kyle Donaldson.
And I understand you are the project manager for the IEF Reservoir and Booster Pump Station, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so you've been here this morning listening to the discussion. There's been some questions raised about the existing water reservoir and the fact that it's not being ultimately integrated into the engineering design, and it'll effectively be decommissioned. And there have been questions about that decision, and questions looking at, well, why is that, and is there an opportunity, or was there an opportunity for somehow incorporating it into the upgrade? Are you able to answer those questions and shed some light on that topic?
Yes. So, tēnā koroa, Commissioners. The existing reservoir and its use was considered in the initiation stage of the reservoir. From a practicality perspective, obviously, it's used and has been used for nearly 100 years now in the city. It's a critical asset. There's 2 key points why we discontinued considering it as part of the overall project. One being its age. It's come up to 100 years, as I just mentioned, and from a serviceability state and also longevity state, it just wasn't fit for purpose or deemed fit for purpose for an extended useful life. So the design life for the project was 100 years from day one. Unfortunately, we wouldn't be able to sweat that asset for 200 years or an extra 100 years to extend its serviceable life. There are critical assets, as was alluded to this morning, that's currently on top of the roof, and that's communications assets, and that's really governed by its height. It's a very good vantage point, and those control assets or radio communication assets are critical. A structural assessment was done.
Those communication assets are owned by whom?
A number of different parties, including New Zealand Police. I think Spark New Zealand also has some assets up there. I do know there's numerous parties that have assets up there for telecommunications and other means. The structural assessment that was done was limited to the structure in a ULS or a seismic standard 2.
Yeah.
The structure that we're building is going to be to a number 4. The primary drive for that seismic assessment was to ensure that in a significant seismic event, it wasn't going to impact on the structure that we're going to build, i.e. fall over and compromise the existing structure, the new structure. So there is works to be done to bring it up to a seismic standard of 2, to a design life of 5, but it's not including the use as a water retaining structure. So that's a key point. We can do the seismic strengthening works to bring it up to a standard, but that's not as a water retaining structure. There'll be a significant more work that would be required to bring it up to a standard.
So what would that be? What would that entail?
I'm not a structural engineer, but it'll be quite, from a civil engineer's perspective, it would be quite intense.
So you've got, what are you're moving it from an MBS of 34% or something like that up to what, up to 80% or something in that sort of order? Is that what we're talking about?
You have to refer back to the new standards because it has changed over recent times.
Yeah. Okay.
And that would be more around public asset access that was deemed by council to be a future use or potential use, getting up there to maintain the existing assets on top. That was the key driver. So it was never intended to be continued to be used as a water retaining structure. That's the first point. The second one is around its operability. So it's limited by the current water treatment plant at Waiwater. Unfortunately,
where do the pipes go from it?
Yeah. There's 2 main connections that go into the reticulation out into the city. So,
but they don't head down anywhere near where the new booster pump station is.
There's local networks that do go down.
Yes. Okay. All right. So
the main distribution or supply fill main from the water treatment plant, it's pumped to an elevation that unfortunately doesn't allow that full reservoir height to be utilised. So it's actually pumped. There's a local pump station that pumps up, and there's some 4 or 5 meters that isn't utilised as part of that existing structure. So it's not efficient in terms of its use.
What's the height of the structure?
Or 21 meters.
And the gap between that and the new reservoir is what?
5 or 6 meters.
No, the spatial gap between the... I mean, you were talking about being concerned that it might actually, in any sort of seismic event, it might impinge upon Reservoir 1, but I'm just doing the trig in my head and I can quite make that work.
There's a valve chamber as well.
Oh, is that to scale? That may not be to scale, so I would be concerned about that. But that is a concern, and that's right, the top of it could reach Reservoir 1.
That did advise our spatial placement of the valve chamber and the Reservoir 1.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Yeah, so that's a key point, that operability. So there's a local pump station that's used to actually pump the water.
Yes.
Again, to use the full storage capacity of the existing reservoir.
Right. So you're saying no way?
Saying no way, but
but it's an expensive way.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I think the key point is that you have looked at and considered that seriously before rejecting that as an option.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Robinson. Now call Mr. Dawson on planning evidence to conclude the evidence for the requiring for Mr. Dawson.
Thank you. If I could just read my executive summary, which starts on paragraph 7. The Ruakiwi Reservoir project is a critical infrastructure project that will enable council to deliver on the intensification of central Hamilton as envisaged through Plan Change 12. The notice of requirement will enable two 25 million litre reservoirs and a valve chamber to be located at an elevation sufficient to enable 70% of central Hamilton to be supplied with potable water by gravity. Bulk location and design of the new reservoirs has been carefully considered with respect to ground conditions, visual and landscape considerations, tree retention and the heritage water tower, enabling the completed structures to integrate with the surrounding lake domain reserve as much as possible. Construction-related effects will be managed through a series of topic-specific management plans addressing construction, noise and vibration, traffic, cultural effects, ecological and landscape and heritage management. Operational effects will be negligible. The project will be consistent with all of the objectives and policies of the operative Hamilton City District Plan, apart from policy 15.2.3b, with which it will not be entirely consistent. It will be consistent with the NPS on urban development, the National Policy Statement on Freshwater Management, and Te Whaimana o Te Awa o Waikato. In my opinion, the alteration to designation can be confirmed, subject to the comprehensive conditions and plans included as attachment A to my evidence. And I note that the conditions attached to my rebuttal will actually have the latest version, which is the version you have before you.
Thank you, Mr. Dawson. And we'll obviously go through those later on. What do we need to talk through now? Just need to have a look through my comments here to see whether I need to pick up any of these now, whether I can defer all those until we have a conversation about conditions. Many of them will relate to conditions, I think. Dave, jump in if you want.
Thank you for your evidence, Mr. Dawson. It's very comprehensive. I appreciate that. I just wonder if you could talk us through the one policy that you cited where it's not entirely consistent.
So this is on page 26 of my primary evidence, and it sits under the open space objectives and policies, and in particular under objective 15.2.3, the objective is well designed and safe open space. The policy that I'm referring to, 15.2.3b, states buildings shall be of a design, bulk and scale that is compatible with the open space and the surrounding environment. And that, I think that really refers back to Mr. Morton's comment that the finished reservoirs will be there's no hiding them. They're there. They're a significant change in the landscape. And in my view, what that means is that if you were to look at them purely on their own, they wouldn't be compatible with the environment. But with the mitigation that's been proposed, the Core 10, the landscape, plus the fact that they've been the design process pushed them away from the road and away from the heritage water tower, plus the landscape and ecological mitigation that's proposed, that combination that provides that a considered balance that Mr. Morton referred to in his evidence before.
And do you think that line of thinking equally applies to the reserve management plan and that plan's intent?
Well, the reserve management plan is it's another matter, but it's not in the same level of importance as the objectives and policies for the district people. It's a matter that it's on a different level.
Yes, except the policy 15.218 does say that open space should be developed and used in accordance with any relevant operative reserves act management plan. So I mean, it's imported directly through the policies.
I think it's all conditions.
Yeah, I think most of it is. I mean, I think once you get down to the level of detail in the policies, I think you're probably right. But I mean, the macro objectives, I think, are. I mean, objective 15.2.1, for example, which says development and activities must complement the functions and values of a particular open space in the surrounding environment. I mean, it's a bit hard to say that this proposal is square on that particular objective. I mean, it is only one objective among many objectives that apply, I know that. But I think the way in which they're framed is certainly leaves open a question. I guess by way of saying that I'm not entirely sure that 15.2.3b is the only policy when you look at it for which the alteration NOR is square with respect to that. But again, that just gets washed up in the overall conclusion, I think.
If it's helpful, I can have some. I can shed some light on what grazing optics are.
Well, that's not even a contradiction in terms, is it? Okay, let's do that. I mean, I assume that these are things that move around, and hence they're grazing.
Well, this is a message from John McKenzie, the likely witness. So grazing optics, lighting that will graze down the surface of the reservoir screen wall with minimal forward throw, i.e. it will provide accent lighting on the wall without creating obtrusive spill light or glare.
I understand that, yes, right, okay. So it grazes the wall, basically. It's not an active light.
It's not moving around.
Right, it's not moving around. There are better ways to describe that, but that's fine. Thank you for that. And thank you, Mr. McKenzie, for his clarification. Yeah. Okay. I'm sure the bats will be delighted to know this. All right. I think at the moment we'll pause you for the discussion on conditions. I think that's a more useful use of your time and our time. So.
Well, that completes the formal presentation of the evidence for the requiring authorities. So subject to what comes this afternoon in terms of any further discussion on conditions, we'll hand over at that point.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the witnesses who've done a quick show and tell this morning. Appreciate that. We'll now take lunch until, what should we say, 1:30. Let's make it easy, 1:30. And we'll come back at 1:30. And Mr. Needham, Miss Morrissey will take your, take your presentations then, if unless you wanted to do that now and not take a lunch break. You're happy with that? All right, let's take lunch. Thank you. Back to 1:30.
All right, let's resume. Thank you very much. Mr. Needham, I think you're up first. I don't know if you want to come together or separately, or and you can address us from wherever you feel like addressing us. Yeah.
So here, hopefully I can get out of the chair at the end.
Well, so do I. I'd like to get out of the chair as well. Right. And you weren't here at the beginning, but be aware did a comprehensive site visit yesterday, right around the roads, and walked all over the reserve. Know where your place is and know where your neighbours are and so on. So be assured I've got a good appreciation of what's currently there and what is intended. I also indicated, and again you weren't here at the beginning, we're going to have a session on conditions following, and that's not because there's a foregone conclusion that we're going to confirm that there's a requirement. It's just that if we do, we need a set of conditions that we're comfortable with. So just be aware that's the purpose of the session we're going to have. Okay.
Right. My name is Ernest Ross Needham, known as Ross. I've been a resident of Hamilton for more than 60 years and the Waikato for 85. I've lived in 117 Ruakiwi Road for 22 years, and would like to thank the Commissioners for the opportunity to brief briefly with you today in respect to my submissions lodged in this matter. This submission is also reflected in the comments made to the Reserve Act reclassification hearing held separately. Outcome: Hamilton City Council not alter the nature of the scope of the designation. In making these comments and submissions, I fully understand that there is a limited chance that the Council will not continue with designated changes and the construction of the reservoirs. With a tight time frame and access to cash windfall from the government, this project seems inevitable. The impact on residents will in general take second place. In making my submissions and comments, I hope they are received in the way they are intended and not seen as just a complaining neighbour. It has been a difficult time for me through the last 6 to 8 months trying to engage in this process and understand the Resource Management Act, Reserve Act, and all the highly technical information which there has been piles of. These processes have caused me concern and impacted on my well-being. To reiterate my concerns, I object to the alteration on reserve classification change as proposed, as the proposed activity is a scale and impact out of character with the current environment and the lake park amenity. Especially my concerns are submitted include inadequate meaningful consultation and existing character impacts, visual outlook impacts, loss of established trees, impact on the existing reserve heritage character, noise, vibration and integrity of my home, traffic, general construction effects, and lack of convincing need for the project in this location. I have read the piles of information in the various reports as best I am able and reiterate some points. Need. The need for both reservations is questionable, and the driver for this project and the timeframe seems to be a funding window rather than a project merit. The construction of the first reservoir versus the second has never been adequately explained. I assumed that it's easier and cheaper, albeit to a lot closer to the impacted neighbours. Why can't reservoir number 2 be built first? Visual. It seems that all experts agree that there will be direct impacts on my property and the wider reserve, but there is some mitigation proposed, including the 14 steel curtain as a buffer. I simply don't have the expertise to assess all this information, but 2 massive reservoirs can't really be mitigated in any meaningful way by way of walking tracks and shrubs. In assisting the impact, some reliance on the fanciful reservoir that could in theory be built within the existing designation envelope appears to be used to justify the impact on visual amenity and character changes. I'm not sure how real this is given the size, needs, and associated equipment and buildings that the projects need. I've made some issues relating to trees 30 and 30A in part of my original submissions, and I still believe that the trees 30 and 30A should remain, and cannot agree with the comments made for the removal of these. They are not part of the reservoir. They are near the new reservoirs, but they're not part of it. And someone needs to stand on my terrace to have a look at for the ones that have commented about the removal, to see the effect that they have on my property. Where am I? Sorry. Consultation. Throughout the process, I've raised concerns about the nature of consultation and the lack of willingness to engage with me directly. This is despite several invitations to visit my property. The landscape people seem to have relied on simulations and models, pretty disappointing as a resident of Hamilton for over 60 years. Multiple consultations have been mentioned. I've had 2 brief meetings with only one of the 19 submitters of requiring evidence, and I can perhaps refer to page 100, page 29, item 100 of Mr. Morton's submission as part of my concern of consultation. He stated at the time of preparing my assessment, it was not possible to visit the property, and his report is from photographs. I do not agree with the stated opinions, especially those in the 2 pages he wrote about my property and the visual effects. In my opinion, the end of the balcony view represents the worst case scenario. In his opinion, the end of the balcony view represents the worst case scenario and is not representative of the majority of views from my first floor living spaces. All the views are a worst case. The end view is just another worst. He states that the change in the outlook will be permanent, resulting in a moderate to high visual effect. The landscape moderate visual effects of during construction and for the 5 to 7 years after completion, though the effects from the first floor living areas will be less significant. Most of the first floor views will be highly impacted. This assessment is from a person who has not even been inside my first floor living spaces or balcony. Traffic.
Can I just ask you that, Mr. Nene, because Mr. Morton has 2 photographs which supposedly say they're from 117 Ruakiwi Road.
They are from the very corner of the balcony, and there's some, I think, in his presentation on the inside of my lounge. And I don't think the view of photographs do justice to the actual visual view that you can get from the effect. And in fact, the views from the lounge, I think, are very inadequate presentation.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
And I think you need to sit on the balcony at the end where our snug is to actually appreciate a different view altogether. Traffic. I have made comments on traffic and noticed there are various reports on this with some suggestions about trip generation controls, i.e. carpooling. Anyone who has ever been onto a construction site or building site will know there is no control over the number and behaviour of drivers, where they park and how they conduct themselves. How will some subcontractors be asked to park and meet and travel together? This will be an absolute ute car convention. My lay understanding of various reports that I've read seem to suggest that during large concrete pours and piling, we will just have to put up with the noise even though it's exceeding construction noise standards. What's the point of having these standards if the council can ignore them? Is the government funding justifying? Is the funding is the government funding the justifying exceedance of these standards? Vibration. Again, there are various reports on this saying it meets various standards, so it should be okay. One report indicates that some form of pre- and post-constructive survey could be done to assess damage, presumably my house. There didn't seem to be any indication of what would be done if there is this. Enforcement conditions. The various reports seem to rely heavily on the effectiveness of construction management plan and conditions of designation. I note the requirements for communication to neighbours during construction. How real is this? My concerns are about the effectiveness of the conditions and the enforcement of these. How rigorous is the monitoring of the contractor? Is the CEO of the council really going to enforce conditions and then prosecute themselves as a requiring authority when significant government funding is at risk? How motivated will council and contractor be to monitor and enforce travel, noise, vibration, hours of operation? How motivated will the contractor be to comply if they have significant financial penalties for delay? Will they simply operate outside the construction plan and rules? Enforcement of reparation and damage to my home. Do I have to prosecute the contractor or the council to get this done? How long will this take and how much will it cost me? The whole situation really sets me up as having to hold council to account. This is not something I should have to do at this stage of my life. I remain in opposition to the proposed changes to the site. I'm not trying to stop progress. However, as a bundle of issues collectively, it means I'm going to be impacted by noise, vibration and traffic. Not really what I need or wanted at 85 years old, and there will be an impact on the wider environment. Significant adverse visual changes, loss of open space and amenity, and thank you for the time you have taken to listen to my submission.
Thank you, Mr. Needham. And can we have a copy of what you've just spoken to? That would be very helpful if you just leave a copy with.
Yeah, I'll have to get that done.
Okay, all right. We'll send it through electronically. That's fine. I know you don't want to go there, but in the event that in actual fact the designation is confirmed, is there anything additional that we should be thinking about putting into the conditions of that would be of any assistance to you?
Probably I'd like you to buy my property so that for the next 3 years I don't have to put up with my state of life. With what's
well, I certainly won't be buying it, but that's not what it is. But no, I understand the point you're making. It's just a question as to whether there is anything that we can.
Well, yeah, there are very little options I have because basically, due to, in my opinion, and I may be wrong, I expressed the very first meeting I attended, that the value of my property is now going to drop dramatically because who would want to buy my property at the moment within another 3 years of noise, construction and goodness knows what else and so on. So it affects me not only financially but also well-being wise as well. But yeah, I assume that
don't assume that. Don't go there. Don't go there. Yes, right. Okay.
No, I don't think so. My issues about tree 30 and 38. You know, the stairway to heaven, which was built 4 or 5 years ago, is now being regarded as something historic. Because it's whoever, Mr. Morton, I think in his submissions indicated that it's going to improve the aspect of look up the water tower. To my mind, it needs to be hidden. But that's only a very 30 and 38 is very minor in my mind. Not minor in my mind, they're important to me because I look at it all the time. The stairway to heaven, and it's got nothing to do with the water tower itself.
Yes. Yeah. Dave, any matters?
Thank you for your submission, Mr. Needham. It's very helpful. I understand your concerns clearly. My question just relates to, I guess, your inference around damage to your property, either by way of vibration or otherwise, in terms of its integrity. Can you just expand on that a little bit in terms of on what basis do you have those concerns?
Well, the vibration part, you know, we've got trucks going past there now, and you do get vibration. You get. There's going to be a lot more of that happening obviously with the vehicles going through there as well. If my property is damaged, what happens? I don't know whether it's going to be damaged. The experts say it won't. But you know, what happens if it does get damaged? Who do I do? What do I do about it? My insurance company won't pay out on it. I wouldn't insure it. That's mainly what my thought on vibration is. You know, just the noise factor. It would be nice for somebody to come along and do double glazing.
Just on that matter of the survey, the current condition requires that survey to be done. You have a problem with that's been done. It is just what happens next is your issue.
Yeah, yeah. Well, what happens if there is damage?
Yeah.
You know, how do I take it? You know, do I have to go through the courts and all the rest of it? Yeah. It's the same as the traffic management and all that sort of thing. There's breaches of that, or I presume it's a traffic management plan that we get involved with. We haven't been involved with it as yet or whenever, but I presume that some of that state will be advised about that. So that is another issue, I would say, traffic management. Recently there was cones and traffic management out there. I think to do with the project, we were woken at 6:30 in the morning with traffic people out there putting up cones. Nobody told us about it. And for the whole day, we had access in and out. Once again, consultation, I think, is an area that needs to hopefully be improved.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Needham, and appreciate a copy of your statement. Thank you very much. Morrissey. And we have a copy of your submission statement.
Actually have copy for you and also reference. I do mention developing the things, differences in the permission to use their data.
Right. Have you got a copy of it?
No, it's only
We'll make copies quickly on those ones. You go ahead and we'll get copies of these.
Okay, I certainly endorse Ross's.
I thought you might. I got the big sense that that's where you were heading. Yes.
Yeah, I've taken a slightly different tack. Okay, so Glenda Morrissey, I've lived in Hamilton for over 50 years now.
No, not as long as.
So I formally oppose the proposed classification of the land reserve within Hamilton Lake Domain. So can I've forgotten to bring up my glasses.
Oh, no.
I need to be.
Absolutely. Yep. That certainly helps, doesn't it?
I want to be clear from the outset that I support responsible planning for Hamilton's water needs. What I oppose is achieving that objective by permanently sacrificing protected land, reserve land, where viable alternatives may exist. Once reserve land is built on, it is lost forever. The land in question is currently classified as Recreation Reserve under the Reserve Act. The purpose of that classification is to preserve open space for public recreation, landscape protection, and community wellbeing. Council proposing to reclassify approximately 15,000 square metres to local purpose water reserve. That change is not minor. It fundamentally alters the purpose of the land.
Now, can I just hold you there for a second? You know that we're not dealing with the reclassification option here. That's for another hearing. So I mean, you can, by all means talk about it, but we're not dealing with that issue of reclassification here. That'll come forward as we heard this morning in a couple of months' time. Okay? So just be aware of that.
Okay. So I'll just proceed with what you, so it may not be
that's
within.
That's fine, just as long as you're aware of that.
Okay. As I say, the proposal conflicts with the Hamilton Lake Domain Management Plan, which prioritises minimising built structures, protecting open space, preserving visual amenity, and maintaining the natural character of the ridgeline. Introducing 2 industrial scale reservoirs, each 62 metres in diameter, industrialises what is currently protected recreational land. Reclassification in this context is not simply administrative, it's the removal of public protection to reduce infrastructure costs. Under Section 7 of the Resource Management Act, Council must have particular regard to the maintenance and enhancement of amenity values. I do not believe that the amenity will substantially be enhanced. To me, keeping the area as simple and as natural as possible, retaining as much open green space, limited planting. Under Council's Plan Change 12, Hamilton CBD is projected to intensify significantly, with many residents living in high-density dwelling with limited private outdoor space. For those residents, the Lake Domain, and particularly the Ruakiwi ridgeline, will function as their backyard. However, the density projections used to justify the urgency for this reservoir build have not eventuated in the way anticipated. I understand that there's only 295 building permits were granted for the CBD between 2013 and 2025. I've been informed that an experienced developer has found that high-rise construction above 3 stories in the CBD is currently uneconomical. They explored a 6 hectare CBD site with an acquisition cost of around $7 million and modelled for a 100-unit development, which would cost them approximately $90 million total cost. That would have resulted in over an $18 million loss. So even if they're looking at 70 units, they're still unviable economically. So that raises serious questions about the population growth assumptions, which underpin the timing and the scale of this project. If projected intensification is not being met nor commercially viable, then the immediate necessity for this reservoir, particularly at this site, must be scrutinised carefully. The Council should not proceed while there are questions about growth assumptions. Under Section 171 of the Resource Management Act, requires consideration of alternative sites. The Council's multi-criteria analysis weighed 55% towards technical and financial criteria. That weighting effectively predetermined the outcome in favour of Ruakiwi Road. The Peacock Reserve option, located near existing infrastructure, scored better in terms of community impact, but they haven't pursue that further. While Peacock Reserve may not involve higher pumping costs, it does not require reclassification of reserve land, does not require permanent loss of 15,000 square metres of protected open space, and also does not have an industrialisation of a heritage ridgeline. Short-term financial efficiency should not override long-term and social costs. It also asks the panel to consider this question. If it were privately owned rateable land, would it still be a preferred site? The council have received funding to support the urban density program. I understand that the grant become income in the balance sheet for the council, which provides them with additional borrowing capacity. There is concern within the community that the availability of funding is driving this project rather than necessity. Free funding should enable council to go above the cheapest option and make the best choice for the city. I have not seen documentation to support the decommissioning of the 1932 reservoir. But I think part of that was covered earlier, listening to the presentations this morning. In fact, council have invested in upgrades to the existing reservoir recently, new roof and the stairway to heaven, as Ross alluded to. If the current structure has recently been maintained and upgraded, the urgency to replace it requires stronger justification. Infrastructure, again, must be driven by long-term need and not by funding windows. The proposal involves removal or relocation of up to 72 mature trees. My particular concern is the large macrocarpus along the steep bank descending towards the lake. We've seen recently in Tauranga how slope failures can occur where large root systems have been disturbed. When massive trees are removed, the decaying root channels become pathways for water infiltration, potentially stabilising steep terrain. The drop from the ridgeline to the water is steep and significant. While a geotechnical report has been undertaken for the reservoir footprint itself, a detailed geotechnical assessment for the stability of the banks descending to the lake should be done prior to commencement of the project, not prior to the commencement of stage 2. Recent issues in Melville involving wastewater holding tanks constructed on former swampland, which rapidly filled with groundwater, demonstrate that assumptions about ground stability can prove costly. Given these experiences, it's entirely reasonable for residents to expect that before starting, full and robust geotechnical investigations are undertaken, not only beneath the tanks, but across the affected slopes. Replacement planting cannot replicate the mature canopy or established root stabilisations for decades. This is a permanent ecological change. Like Ross, there are impacts on the constructions as a resident. Ruakiwi Road is a residential street. It's a key access road to the domain. It's also part of the ambulance route to the hospital. Having heavy vehicle movements within approximately 10 metres of our dwellings, early morning concrete pours with vibration, dust and prolonged noise will significantly affect residents. And vibration is a concern. We do get a lot of heavy traffic along that route now, and you certainly notice the shaking of the property. I purchased my home for its views and for the peace and quiet. The loss of visual amenity and the prospect of nearly 3 years of living adjacent to a major construction site is, to me, is not minor. And in my opinion, the assessment of environmental effects has understated the impacts. This is not an industrial zone. It's one of Hamilton's most treasured recreational environments. The existing water tower is a Category A heritage structure and a defining landmark in the ridgeline. Placing two massive tanks in close proximity will visually dominate the landscape and diminish the tower's prominence and heritage value. Once the visual character of that ridgeline is altered, it cannot be just restored. So, in conclusion, the purpose of the Reserve Act is to protect land for public benefit and enjoyment. Reclassifying the land to local purpose to reduce infrastructure costs undermines that purpose. The proposal for the reservoirs would permanently remove protected reserve land, industrialise a heritage ridgeline, reduce amenity in an intensifying city, remove mature trees and alter ecological stability, and subject residents and lake users to prolonged disruption. Sometimes the option that appears best on paper is not always the right choice. Hamilton Lake Domain is one of the city's most important recreational assets. Its value will only increase as our population grows. I respectfully ask that the panel to reject the notice of requirement and decline the reclassification. Further request that council pursue alternatives to better align with the environmental sustainability and well-being of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison. Comprehensive submission, thank you. Can you tell us, just from your personal observations, tell us about the use of that particular part of the reserve. What do you observe in terms of the use of that reserve?
It is widely used by the public, a lot of dog walking, because it is the open space that is available. It's that you see a lot of people. It's ideal at night time when you come across up Clarence Street. You've got the ridgeline in front of you. The sunsets are magic at the end. You've got this limited amount of seating, but you come across just the visual amenity. So that's certainly going to be blocked. A lot of people picnic there. This group use that for exercising.
Is that mainly under the trees, or is that in the open grassed area on the sort of the right-hand side there?
There's not the right-hand side is above where the stage is there. That's not to me used. It's more directly across this in the shaded areas.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, so we're not dealing with the reclassification here. You'll get to deal with that later on if you make a submission on it to deal with that.
Yeah. So again, that's where the consultation, communication is coming, but it has been inadequate. The first consultation round, I think the newsletter dropped to residents to say that what was taking place we did not receive. At the meetings we did go to, we were basically told that it was going to happen, and there's very little we could do about it. And we were told that the last submission was the only opportunity we had to oppose. We were explained that this meeting was actually not open to the public, and it was a surprise to get an invite to come along. Now, you're saying there's another further opportunity, and the communication hasn't been clear.
Well, council hasn't made that decision yet as to whether or not to proceed to the next step, is what we were told this morning. But if it does proceed to the next step, then under the Reserves Act, there is a requirement to consult or to notify for objections and so on. So that will occur in due course if council, I think is it April, did you say, is April meeting decides to move this to the next step. So that's where the reclassification objections and submissions can be lodged. As was laid out this morning by council for the requiring authority, we're not stopped from making our decision just because the reclassification has not yet occurred. That's not on our table to deal with. So I just want to be clear about that in terms of what we can do and what we can't do. Hearings on these sort of matters are always open, so there's no question about that. You're submitters, absolutely, you have absolute right, so there's no issue there at all. So, did you have any questions from Ms. Morrissey?
No further questions. That was really clear. I only just say I sent it in on page 4 of the. Are you the same?
Yes. Probably. Goes from 1 to 5. Yeah, no, that's all right. We'll sort that out.
Sort it out.
Yeah. So thank you for your submissions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think next week is it normal? Ms. Henry? Thank you.
Kia ora. Hi, yeah, I'm Carol Henry from Ngāti I'm going to take this as read, because everybody's read it.
Yes.
And I'm aware, of course, in terms of council and how they've informed you this morning in terms of we support the designation. It's just other aspects of the design that we are in question really. So I've kind of got not much more to add. I don't actually have anything more to add to that part of it. It's just really around that process and what is the prior recent submitters have just said. It's about that engagement and what does robust bus engagement look like.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you're comfortable with the way that the conditions are currently framed to provide that opportunity for you to do that and then to bring that into the process?
Yes.
You're comfortable with that?
Yeah, comfortable. Aye.
Yeah, I'm not saying you agree with everything, I'm just saying you're comfortable. But that will serve your purpose?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Can you tell us something, are you able to tell us what sort of things still need to be ironed out?
Yeah, it's more around the narrative that will be told about the construction.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
And I really don't want to go, in terms of my process of engagement back to Ngāti we're not happy about it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Hill this morning the other Mr. Hill was confident that this was a resolvable matter. Do you share that confidence?
Well, again, I think once you kind of understand the process, and because I'm not as experienced as others perhaps, but as I start to understand the process, perhaps there's a greater influence than perhaps mine. And I think in terms of when this was written and to the more recent engagement, and I'm talking about the 29th of January, certainly I would probably be submitting against it. But at the moment, the process is there and it allows us to talk to this further. And I think all I'm really asking for is the opportunity to really have robust discussion around the narrative that takes place in the design.
All right.
Yeah.
And as I say, just to recapitulate, you're comfortable that process is captured in the conditions proposed and in the process that's ongoing?
Yes.
Okay.
Test.
Yeah. Well, negotiations always have an end point at some point. Yes. So thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you for
And
coming.
you might just going to sit here with Jo.
By all means. You're going to make sure that she doesn't say anything different. Right.
Ruakiwi.
Kia ora. I'm just going to read this, the statement as it's written, because I'm here representing other people. The statement of evidence is submitted on behalf of Ngāti Mahanga, Ngāti Tamanipō, Ngāti Koroki Kahukura, and Ngāti Haua as mana whenua engaged in the Ruakiwi Reservoir project. I acknowledge Ngāti Wairere as mana whenua and Waikato Tainui. Qualifications, my name is Jo Kukitai, I'm the chair of Ngāti Reo Mahanga Trust Board, and within mana whenua, I represent Ngāti Mahanga. I hold a Diploma of Business Computing, Bachelor in IT, Laws, Master of Social Science, and currently completing a PhD in Environmental Studies.
Are you going to stop at some point?
Yeah. You said that last time, something like that.
I'm still waiting for you to stop.
And I'm an accredited commissioner. Yeah. I'm here today representing our mana whenua collective. So mana whenua engaged with the requiring authority on the 29th of October 2025, we reviewed the public consultation submissions and the draft consent conditions. On the 11th of November, we discussed the draft consent conditions and associated management plans. On the 3rd of December, we revised and endorsed the draft consent conditions. In terms of matters of significance, mana whenua sees the approval of these proposed designation conditions in their current form that they would further support our mana whenua aspirations in the overall Ruakiwi Reservoir project. Mana whenua is confident that these proposed conditions from the requiring authority upholds te ture whaimana o te awa Waikato and supports the exercise of kaitiakitanga for this project. To conclude, mana whenua comprising of Ngāti Mahanga, Ngāti Tamanipō, Ngāti Koroki Kahukura, Ngāti Haua endorse the proposed designation conditions from the requiring authority as attached to the evidence of Mr. Christensen dated 19th of December 2025.
Thank you. Can I just confirm that when you say that you endorse the proposed designation conditions, are those relating to the cultural management plan? I can't recall what the acronym is, or the entire suite?
The entire suite. So we went, when we went on the 11th of November, we had, we discussed the draft consent conditions, and on the 3rd of December, we endorsed them. So we went through all the management plans, how they're supposed to roll out, what the key conditions were for us, and the proposed conditions were in alignment with where mana whenua we're thinking.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. Any questions? All right, thank you both.
Cool.
Right. Dora, section 42A. I mean, I know you weren't going to do a formal presentation. I just thought it'd be useful for you to just sort of run us through where you've got to, and so we can then move into a session on conditions.
Yeah, so obviously take a note of what you've raised around some of the conditions through the course of today, particularly noting the ecology around that monitoring in the first reservoir versus the second reservoir and that 10-year time frame. So there might need to be some adjustments there. In respect to heritage, Ms. O'Neill has been listening along in the background on the screen. And just want to confirm that yes, we did, the RA received a letter from Heritage New Zealand in support, but with some suggested conditions in consultation with Mr. Wild, Ms. O'Neill. They confirmed their approach, and that's what's in the conditions. So I'm comfortable with that. So some of those things like painting the reservoir and those, and
bright red maybe.
Sorry.
Bright red. Shall we put a colour in the conditions?
They weren't supported by Ms. O'Neill or Mr. Wild. So while they review everything, that's not been carried forward for various reasons.
Yeah.
Traffic, I just want to note there was questions around the queuing on Ruakiwi Road. Just noting that in the 42A, Yurish did put forward part of one of the conditions which wasn't carried through, and I didn't note at the time that be included, that there's no queuing. And what's the other? And remote holding areas, so that part of the condition didn't carry through. So she obviously would support
Yeah.
something like that coming back in.
I know from a lot of other consents and issues that I've been dealing with. Most industrial trucks these days and so on have GPS on them, so it's not exactly a difficult thing to call them forward and so on and so forth. So I'm assuming that will be the case.
The only other note I had was around the landscaping question that came up around that stormwater outfall, and I believe that's all part of the regional council, one of the regional council consents, so that's outside of designation. So there's not anything there. Other than that, I didn't have anything further unless you've got other questions.
That's fine. All right. Thank you very much for that. So, helpful indication on those notes. Right. You're puzzled.
Well, I'm in your hands, sir. I mean, it sounded as if there was some attraction to the idea of a workshop or something to iron out any of these issues associated with the conditions. So we're all available as a requiring authority group. Obviously, as a conditions discussion, it's going to be planner led. So Mr. Dawson is obviously would lead it on our part, but he does have the resources, technical resources sitting in behind him to help with anything, but ultimately it would be a planner's conversation. So we're here and ready and available. We've made good progress. It's 2:00. We're planned for a day of hearing. So if there's a way to use the next hour or hour and a half or two, we're keen to do it.
Yep, good. All right. Well, let's move into a conditions discussion in that case. So we're operating. Well, I'll be operating from the copy that is attached to Mr. Dawson's evidence, but it is the same effect.
It's just there's a clean copy on the legal.
Yeah, the rebuttal version. That's just where my notes are, so that's just for convenience, basically. And we'll just go through them seriatim and many of these, I think, I haven't reviewed them overnight, but many of these, I think, as I was writing them down, were really things for you to think about and come back on, rather than fine wording issues. And of course, the first one, and we've already had that discussion this morning. The first one is in the first description of works. It applies to the designation. My query at that stage was, presumably this covers all of the land under the existing designation also, not only the alteration parts, but they effectively become the conditions for the entire designation, don't they? In real terms. So that's fine. And in terms of the general condition one, again, I'm struggling to see which ones of these apply. I mean, I know technically they apply to both Reservoir 1 and Reservoir 2, but I'm having some difficulty with the time lapse between them and what happens and how we actually deal with them. I don't know whether you've got an idea as to how we can clearly indicate in the conditions, I guess, which ones apply to both, which ones will only apply to one. Some of them do, because you talked about Reservoir 1. But it's really making that distinction, because quite clearly in 10 or plus 15 years' time, many of these conditions will be obsolete, or we'll be operating under different statutes and God knows what else. So I don't really have a solution for that. But I think at the moment there's a potential confusion when we get to Reservoir 2, if we ever get to Reservoir 2.
Okay. Could I suggest, after we do the questions you have, is that we go away and
absolutely, go away and have further conversation with council to get them together. I mean, there'll be some which, as you've already indicated, general, they will apply regardless. But there are other specific ones. And I guess in the back of my mind, I'm just concerned that at the moment, everything hangs on an OPW for Reservoir 2. And I don't think that's the vehicle for everything that needs to be done. Sure, you can come through with a variation and so on, but let's go through and it's helpful in terms of as you pointed out, Mr. Darnay earlier, the table A now is a fixture within the thing, so it is a touchstone reference for things. We, of course, haven't, well, I certainly haven't gone through to see what the internal consistency between all these appendices might be and whether there's any inconsistency, but I mean, I'll leave that to others to work that one through. So, yeah, I'm going to keep repeating myself. And then condition 2, the build form, I said, okay, this relates to the layout of Reservoir 1, but what was with Reservoir 2? Why is the layout not included in here? I mean, it seems to me that needs to be, or that should be in there. In condition 3, and Dave, chip in as well as you're coming in. You've got in the header there, implemented to a standard that's equal to or better than. I hate those sorts of those expressions. In whose opinion? How do we get around? How do we get around a disagreement or something if in actual fact we're going to have? I mean, why is it that A and B and so on and so forth are simply not? I mean, they're on our table today. Why are they simply not the matters that in design have to be implemented? Is there a good reason for wanting to reserve an option which equal to or better than suggests? Because I mean, the renders are what we have in front of us.
It's a good point, Commissioner, and I think the sentence that stands out to me is actually the last sentence in A Roman 1, where there's some options, whether natural timber or weathered core-ten steel, and I think if we tighten that up so that it is the option that is in front of you only.
I mean, I think that's the option that the public have commented on.
Yes, it is.
And so I think if there's to be any change in that, I mean, obviously you can change things within a degree or two, but at the moment the expectation is that it will have a core-ten steel wall, it will have these sorts of things, and it will look something like the renders and so on. So if that's not to be the case, what am I considering, or what are we considering?
And I think the purpose of those conditions was to try and lock in the images that Brian White spoke to.
Yes.
And so we need to refine that to do so better.
Yeah. And I mean, again, I guess the question for the requiring authority is, do you want to lock in both 1 and 2, or do you just want to lock in 1 now and have let 2 come through with perhaps in 10 or 15 years' time with a slightly modified design? And if you want to do that, how would you do it? Do you need to have that flexibility in the conditions, or does the OPW provide the vehicle for that?
Sure.
I mean, for example, we've just been talking about what the cultural elements might be. Well, they might be different in 10 or 15 years' time, so they might require something. It's really just, as I say, it's this 1-2 thing which just keeps deviling me in my thinking. 5 is just me being picky, I'm afraid, on 5. Just a wording thing. That may arise from the works have been appropriately identified. Well, impacts that may arise from the works can't have been appropriately identified in advance. So that's just me being, this is me being picky. That's an unreasonable expectation. So that's you can decide whether you do anything about it. Now, 6, the CNP.
Sorry, just before we move on, I don't quite understand it. This is in paragraph 5.
The objective, we're talking about objectives here, is to outline the approach to be taken for the managing of construction to ensure the impacts that may arise from the works have been appropriately identified. Really, you need a process for actually dealing with any impacts in actual fact that have not arisen as well, don't you? You need some process steps in there. Because it's a construction management process. So what are you going to do about things? I mean, we talked earlier about, I mean, if you have a look at the suite of provisions here, you've got, hours of work and those sort of quite normal things. There's not a lot here about impacts that may arise.
So what's under, I mean, what's, yeah. I mean, I guess where I'm beginning to have to is what is the objective of the construction management plan? The objective normally isn't just to outline the approach. Presumably the objective is to minimize effects of the activity, and the CMP then addresses that.
We could express that more clearly.
And there's a couple of others later on that I'll talk to in terms of setting out those objectives. In 6, the CMP implemented for the duration of the construction with the associated Reservoir 1. So is that really all it's going to do? And again, it's that 1-2 thing.
Yep. Sure.
And you, as I say, you may think about how you change most of those through heritage management. And I think that's generally okay, although describing a relationship is not really an objective. But again, that's a personal thing of mine, so don't worry about that. And I couldn't see in where you say in the 10.
The objective was to maintain a relationship.
Well, I thought the objective was to ensure the structural integrity of the existing heritage or whatever it's called. I mean, that's the main objective, and everything else just goes complements the objective. Structural integrity and maintaining the original state and setting. Those two are quite laudable. The rest is who cares about the relationship, basically. But then you say that in 10, it shall as a minimum address the following matters. But if you want C and D in as an objective, I don't see anything that addresses C and D. If you really want them as an objective, then it's got to deal with those matters. Personally, I would excise C and D. I don't see any need for those. 12, question as to what's the site. When measured in accordance with SR and any structure not on the same site, I'm not quite sure what the site is here.
What can only be the designation?
No, yeah. You'd think that's probably the right characterization. By the way, is it the RA's intention to remove the designation of the existing heritage structure once that's done, once it's decommissioned? I mean, there's no need for the designation at that point, is there? Once it's no longer part of the works.
I don't know the answer to that, but other than to say at this stage, it's never been my understanding that there would be some sort of consequential reduction in the footprint. It'll just simply remain within the footprint of the existing designation.
Yeah.
Although it's not performing any function other than respecting its heritage.
I mean, as long as you get the local purpose reserve on it, I think that's right. Yeah, I think that's right. There's nothing to be gained by that. There may be some benefit in once Reservoir 2 is done of shrinking that back, but.
But there are
because then they have to seek your approval to doing anything within that area, don't they? That's what I'm thinking. And so if they want to do a sporting activity within the area that's in designation or something, put some cricket stumps in the ground, they've suddenly got to get an approval from you, which is true, I know, but doesn't seem like a good idea. 13, you just need to modify that last, it's a construction noise and vibration management plan. You need to put the words and vibration back into 13. In terms of the, sorry to harp on, but I just keep having problems in 15, for example, and these being objectives. They're not objectives to me. They're just matters, aren't they? And also under they need to incorporate, I think,
do you think you need to incorporate the construction work hours and so on into that as well, or really a matter of I guess when people are operating under these things, where the replication in some cases actually helps because they only refer to one document rather than another. So, I mean, I know the way that you've cut them at the moment. There's sort of they appear once, but they don't necessarily appear anywhere else. Although in this particular instance, you've got 16E, which notes the hours of operation in that. Although you may as well, if you actually specify the hours of operation in 13. Just thinking from a reader's point of view, and if anyone's picking it up and saying, yeah, they're doing the right thing from residents and so on, whether actually a little bit more information is actually quite helpful. I mean, bearing in mind Mr. Needham's point earlier, I know he doesn't want to be the monitor of the project, but sounds like he may inherit that role. And again, just in terms of the matter of the CNVP, where's the clause that requires consultation with neighbours on these sorts of things, or is that somewhere else entirely? Or is that H?
It's really the construction management plan, taking the construction management plan.
Yeah, I mean, often you would nest them all under the CMP, wouldn't you? That's the way that you would often do that. So maybe if all of those sort of tangential things are put into the CMP, then they can be referred back up to that.
Yeah, section 5H is where it is.
Yeah, just to make it very clear. And just to comment on 19, I'm not sure, in accordance with the methodology, I'm not sure the methodology is actually stipulated anywhere. Or is that just a reference back up to the objectives where it talks about the, the relevant standards? Is that what you mean by that?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, all right. So here, I mean, if you look at the construction traffic management plan, well, down again, you can see under 21C, that's where you'd sort of want to make sure the local community is informed of all those sorts of things. And again, we talked earlier about making sure that those other elements are poked into this one with the no queuing and so on and so forth.
Yes. Yeah, I wrote down off-site queuing and temporary speed controls.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it seemed to me that traffic control device is probably warranted, given at certain points where, particularly where the longer vehicles are actually going to be delivering heavy loads, and won't be particularly adroit at turning and so on. Whilst I'm mindful that people should be driving to the speed limit, as I say, my observation was that they probably weren't. But that's in terms of 22J, which was an access to neighbouring properties. Typically, that would be a condition, not a matter of a management plan, wouldn't it? Not? I mean, you'd normally, not really a management plan thing. It's something that should be stipulated. And access to neighbouring properties actually should not be compromised. Full stop. So,
yep.
We'll run a critical eye over all of these to see if there's any that
should come out,
should be elevated to the status of a condition.
Yeah. And is it under I? No, is I? No, L. Under L. Is it intended that there be more than one site-specific traffic management plan? What? I mean, it's plural here, and that might just be a typo. Is it intended there be two? More than one? I mean, there's only one site, isn't there?
It depends whether it's what I think. Maybe more than one.
I'm not entirely sure.
Temporary.
Yes, so deliverables, we still need to check the effects and the contractor will have to apply for specific traffic management.
Depend on the activity.
So it's activity specific?
Yes.
Okay.
So concrete pours would be different to delivery of large loads.
So it's not really site specific, it's activity specific. That's how it is. Okay, I hadn't actually appreciated that. All right. Okay. All right, that explains that. Yeah, okay. 28, I just wondered about the term here that the objective is not to compromise the survival. Seems a very low bar, doesn't it? Not to compromise the survival. You can do an awful lot to a tree and it still survives. I might ask you to elevate that objective.
Which paragraph are you reading from? Which, sorry?
28. I mean, it seems to me,
it's pretty good. It's not bad. You might.
It gives you enormous discretion.
Health.
Well, I'll leave you to form the words, but it does seem to me that is a low bar. Since trees can survive.
Well, it is a low bar, but it's also an essential bar. I mean, it is the bottom line, isn't it? I mean, you wouldn't want to abandon it.
Oh, no. I'm suggesting that you actually think about, I mean, isn't the object to protect those trees? Which is a lot higher bar than not compromising their survival.
Yep.
I mean, would you rather be protected or not have your survival compromised? We can arrange for the latter. Yes.
Understood. I get the point.
And again, for 29, again, I'm not quite sure where Reservoir 2 comes in with respect to tree protection or whether there are tree protections for Reservoir 2. But again, just have a think about that. Yeah, well, that's a minor 31. I just wondered about the wording on that one. This isn't a normal sort of wording that you have for certified plans, so that was just. I think that's been put together by somebody else. You probably have a standard for that. And 33 at the completion of works, presumably for each stage.
For each reservoir.
33. I mean, that must apply to each stage, presumably.
Yep.
Not just at the completion of works at stage 2. And 34, that's what I signalled beforehand, that I was a little bit concerned about that the CEMP has to be submitted certified prior to commencement of construction. Well, it may not be. I mean, you may still be in conversations, but you might be able to start construction. But it seemed to me there was no need for that to be necessarily, and that's a protection for you, I think, as RA, if you allow some further discussion to go on after construction actually formally starts. I mean, ideally it would be, but yeah.
Bearing in mind, this is just the certification of the management plan. It's not the outcomes that then fall from it.
No, it isn't. But
there's still a concern about that being a.
I mean, it would be nice to have the detail in the plan, so that is certified as well, and that gives surety to all parties, basically. So I guess I was assuming that whatever the elements that are still being negotiated are, that they would be part and parcel of the plan.
Yeah, the problem though is that it's the commencement of the construction.
Yeah.
that starts to engage in the cultural issues that are the subject of the
I feel
CMP.
comfortable with that.
Well, I am conscious of, because if we play out that scenario that you've described, we get going with construction, only to have an accidental discovery or something which is immediately activating a cultural issue which hasn't yet been dealt with in terms of a protocol or dealt with in the plan, the management plan. It could create a tension. I'll test that with the RA, and it may be that there's some alternative wording, but as I say, if we went down the track of alternative wording, I wouldn't want it to compromise that point.
Yeah. All right. Yes, well, okay, that's fine. And then C, which is the new insert. Again, my concern was that here we're just enshrining a method rather than an outcome, but we just had that conversation, so that's fine. If you're comfortable that it doesn't need to be an outcome plan but a process plan, that's fine.
Sorry, I should also say, and I don't think we should ignore the fact that these are the cultural conditions that have met with the approval of Tango Whenua, and I'm be very concerned to start doing surgery without talking to and feeding back into that process.
Absolutely. But they haven't had the benefit of my concern. Yeah. Right. On 40, the ecological one again, it's whether does this relate to both stages or only stage one?
My understanding is that it applies to both stages, so we should be clear on that.
Yeah. Again, and if not, you should be clear on it. I think that's the. If in actual fact you think there's a good reason for actually not covering these issues off for Reservoir 2 and allowing the OPW to actually do those, then build that back in. Yes. And again, there's a loop in the back end of 40 there, which requires the draft to be prepared in collaboration to ensure it aligns with the cultural symbolism of inside elements. So that's where I began to think, well, the elements have to be in there.
Agreed.
Yeah. So again, just be careful how you loop that back in. We've talked about the NoMo 42, so I don't need to talk about that one anymore. Some of the condition numberings have changed, just a matter of interest. I think 44 should refer to 40, since something's been removed, so it's no longer 41. You can see I was getting tired at this point. Condition 50A, I suspect that's an OR, isn't it? Avoid or mitigate. Can't be avoid and. And then in B, avoid as much as practicable. Is that the appropriate? Again, shouldn't the safety of long-tail bats be an avoidance matter? Risk of injury during vegetation removal. I mean, isn't the provision that next way you're supposed not to actually deal with the vegetation if in actual fact they're roosting bats, for example? I mean, I thought that was the objective was that you actually identify whether there were any of the mammals that roost at the time, and therefore you avoided works on that vegetation. So, I mean, it's either one or the other, it seems to me. Right. Don't need to worry about that one. No, don't need to worry about that. Yes. 60. 60. I thought the requirement to ensure the authority ensures all erosion sediment controls are inspected and in good working order prior to a rain event is be out there every day. You need to qualify that somehow, don't you? I mean, immediately after makes sense, but prior to a major event or something like that.
I'm not quite sure where that drafting comes from, but I mean, again, there should be a formula, a condition like that.
I agree. Yeah.
So we'll check
deal with all
see
those, and 62 is the same. I mean, persistent sediment tracking effect. I have no idea what a persistent sediment tracking effect is. So, I mean, basically, dirt on road is a no-no, and that's all there is to it, isn't it? That's the normal way for that. Though it is a trigger for a wheel wash. So again, that's yeah. And 63, I think this is okay, but again, there's that stage 1, stage 2 thing. What happens at the end of stage 1? Do the controls get removed at the end of stage 1? So you might just want to capture that.
Yeah. Important part of that discussion with the parks team is that when Reservoir 1 is completed, they want it to be returned so that it functions as a footing reserve up to the edge of the tanks.
I thought we'd all agree with that. That's a good idea. So, yeah, right. Take each one. I'm not here. No, that's fine. No problem with that. Again, look at 61 and decide whether that relates to both reservoirs or it's, I mean, just framed in terms of Reservoir 1 at the moment, which is probably quite right. I would have thought that relates to both reservoirs, I would have thought. Probably even more so for the second one, in fact, because you've got a reservoir above you. So, so we'll talk to your geotech guys about that. And 70, I didn't know there were any identified overland flow paths. I didn't see that anyway. So is that? Are there any? Is that an OTO provision?
Yeah, maybe
just have a look. I didn't see any on the plans.
I suspect, just thinking about that, I mean, I'm not quite sure how the catchment performs, but presumably it would all get caught and by the municipal wastewater stormwater system along Ruakiwi Road.
Yeah.
I mean, the subject site is probably the beginning of a mini catchment that then falls down into the river, but everything else should get caught by the stormwater system.
Yeah.
So
yeah. I mean, if you can't identify them, how do you know when not to put a stockpile? That's the other thing. I mean, it just becomes a circular thing. I mean, obviously you shouldn't have stockpiles and overlap flow paths, but then if you're going to have a provision for everything you shouldn't do, it's going to be a very long document. These ones, 72 and 73, strange ones, if I might say so. The first one relates to whether they haven't issued one. Well, if they haven't issued one, you shouldn't be doing the works, and if you think they need one, it's and 73 is if one's not in place. I wasn't. What are you trying to say there? I mean, if an authority is required, then it's required. Is that not really what you're saying in 72? If a requiring authority, in which case, sorry, why is it there?
Acknowledge the question.
Yeah.
Commissioner V.
Okay.
These were taken from another project where we were.
We can have the benefit of my
exactly. So we'll review those. Thank you.
My pedantry. Yes. Okay, just have a look at those because they just don't, yeah, they're rather strange. And 74 it's just a fact, isn't it? I mean, any condition of an authority applies. So again, you don't need to state that. It simply does. Sorry about this. We'll get there in the end. 75, which is operational noise. Is Mr. Cottle here? He's still here. It starts by saying the cumulative noise emission shall not exceed. How is that to be monitored? How do you monitor cumulative noise emissions?
Well, you just you monitor at a receiver location, and any noise that they receive, you measure that and then take notes on its composition. But certainly that looks.
So that's what's intended.
Yes, yes.
But it says from all activities on the site. I think you need to at a particular point. I think you need to be clear that you're talking about from a particular point.
I mean,
at any point within the boundary of any other site.
Once you measure noise at that location that's described, all measurements are going to be a cumulative noise measurement. It doesn't discern between, and it doesn't necessarily discern between noise sources.
No.
So we're looking for we're not.
Well, in that case, it's just a maximum noise.
Yes.
It just struck me as rather a strange way of framing it. That's all. I've never seen sort of. That's all. What you're saying is the noise at any one point measured should not exceed X, Y, and Z.
Yep, and that will be a cumulative noise.
Necessarily.
Yep.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. So noise received. Question again, so the lighting design one, we suddenly leap into BPO. Is any particular reason why it's a BPO? 77.
Yes.
I mean, it doesn't seem to me that it's a BPO at all, so. Okay. I mean, it's just the objectives for the management of lighting effects of that. I mean, you know, BPO is a specific consideration. I don't think that meets that test. 78, crystal cross-reference should be the condition 77.
Yep. Sorry, can I just test that? What the proposition there is that in terms of managing lighting effects, this is not a scenario where we should have to, as the emitter, have to resort to BPO. We should just simply manage the effects. You're saying?
Yeah. I mean, it's not a financial consideration. Those sort of things.
No, there's no. Nor should there be any sort of practical considerations, which mean that you're dealing with.
Yes, that's simple.
Yeah.
It's just
something
manage the effects.
Really what it is, yeah. And we've done the grazing optics, so I didn't go there. 79, Chris, there are two more number changes. They go to 76 and 77, I think, from my read of that. And then the outline plan of works. However that finally comes down, I think it's not a matter of will need to be submitted. It's a shall be, isn't it? So basically at that point, and whatever's in there. And is it appropriate that revised management plans are done under an OPW? I mean, is that, what's your experience of that?
Well, only that.
I mean, there's 12 of them here. That's
yes,
an awful lot.
It is, but there has to be some recognition that we could be dealing with a management plan that's over 8 years old, 8 or 9 years old.
Oh, they all need to be revised.
So there has to be some refresh, an acknowledgement of a refresh.
But is it legitimate to tuck those all into an OPW, which is basically a conversation internal to council, isn't it, at that point? I mean, I don't know.
Well,
It's almost like it's a hidden consent, isn't it? Because the whole thing gets opened up. Well, not opened up, but for the revision. Depending on where you get to in terms of framing the management plans in the first instance.
yeah, I think what we'll do is we'll think about this reservoir 1, reservoir 2 distinction and how that gets addressed, and then it may solve this.
Okay. Yeah. And then you can decide whether the advice note is an actual fact an advice note, or whether it's a conclusion basically whereby, or a decision whereby we waive. Okay.
Most of my comments have been addressed. Those are most substantive in relation to the structure of the conditions around the Reservoir 1, Versus 2. So you guys will have a look at that. I just had a general observation, I guess, in terms of some of the timing for certification of these management plans. You've got quite a substantive number running and sort of fairly congested sort of part of your program. So it's just something to think about in terms of, I think some conditions 10 working days prior to commencement, 20 working days prior to commencement. You know, have you got enough fat there to sort of run through those processes, particularly when you've got the word certification in those conditions? The only other point was around the lighting of the existing water tower. I'm not sure where this most appropriately sits, but perhaps in the lighting design conditions, is there a necessity to specify that that tower won't be lit? It could be prudent given the impact on native
Make it really clear, I think it probably is.
Yep.
Because the advice was you couldn't light the tower appropriately without affecting the bats on the lakeside.
Yeah.
Or having it too bright on the house side, Ruakiwi road side.
Yeah, I think it's best to just avoid any ambiguity given the HNZPT submission. Just looking through, make sure we've got. So I think we've captured the point in terms of the CTMP, reduced speed limits, potential queuing, remote holding areas. I think that level of specificity would be worth considering. So that's it
from me, Mr. Chair. I mean, the state of the pavement on Ruakiwi Road seemed to be an issue when I was looking at it as well, but that's we won't make that a requirement.
We're not responsible for everything.
No,
just the effects we generate.
Which if the pavement stays as it looks at the moment, you will generate those effects. With those heavy loads. Yes, yes. All right, what did I say then?
Thank you, sir. It's very helpful. There's obviously some work to do here between requiring authority and the TA in terms of an edited version of the conditions. So it's not something that we're able to turn around immediately. So I think Mr. Dawson has a personal commitment over the next couple of days, which will mean that we're really looking at probably a week to turn around a fresh set of conditions. I'm not sure, Laura, is that doable for you?
Yep.
Yeah. So we'd look at a week out.
Yep. Yep. And you'll do a reply at the same time? Or?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And I think so in terms of the reply, I mean, there's a few issues that I'll pick up, but I think most of the work will be done by the revised conditions. There'll be a few things that we can come back on. So we'll provide you with a sort of short memorandum which addresses any particular points of reply and any pieces that require any explanation as to any sort of drafting techniques that can help explain what we've done and why.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's fine. I mean, we're aware of the timeline on this one, so get you a decision on this by hopefully in advance of the 31st of March, I think is the request for that one. Is that right? We're still on 31st of March, max. Yeah. All right. All done.
Excellent.
That's all right. Well, thank you, everybody. And we'll hear from us in due course, and we'll hear from you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Would you like Norm to close?
Yes, thank you, Norm. That would be very helpful. Thank you very much.
Let us close the meeting with a prayer given that our leader, Sam, opened with a karakia, saying, "E karakia tātai. Ka paua ngā hoi ki uta, ka paua ngā hoi ki tai. Kia ngā te hoi, kia ngā te tinana, kia ngā te wairua, kia tau wai te mauri. Haumi e, hui e, tā ki e."
Thank you.